Hello. It looks like you guys have already been having a party in the side chat. So I am going to go back up and say hello to everyone who has been in here already partying without us. Conklin was having a good time by himself, I see. Hello, Conklin. Hi, Tawanda. Hello, Aaron. Hi, Miss Audrey. Teresa, thank you for joining the Loose Cannon crew. Hello, Hopey Dopey. I hope you're back. Hey, Glamma. How are you? Mod's Ma. I don't know what you said, but hello. Hi, Carly. Hello, Tam Tam. Hey, Elf. How are you? Hi, Amanda. Archer's Battle. How's our little baby boy doing? Give him some snuggles. Hello, Izzy. Hi, Melissa. Hey, Ageless Beauty. Hi, Diesel. Hi, Carolina. Hello, Melissa. Aaron, it's good to see you. Hello, Beth. And AMD, how are you? Hello. Sonia, I'm going to get you a link here in just a second, Sonia. Hey, Evelyn. Hi, Gina. Hello, Shell. Shell, if you would like a link when I drop it, you just grab it up too, honey. Hello, Nicole. Hopey Dopey made it back. Hello, Kyle. Hi, Rhodey. Hey, Fartsy. Okay. Hi, Michelle Lynn. I'm trying to keep up here. You guys are going way too fast for me. Hi, Sissy. Hi, Skip. Hey, Cats. PF is in the chat. I'll be dropping that link in just a second. Hello, William. Hey, Pam. Let's see. Hey, Tiffany Marie. Before I drop this link out here for these other ladies, I did hear something right before I went live. I didn't get through all of it, but I want to address it very quickly because I think that Mallerie deserves the respect of me addressing it. And she seemed, angry, and I want to go ahead and, hey, boss lady. Hey, Teresa. I want to go ahead and address it really quick. And I don't want to drag PF or Sonia or if the Sunbury Housewives want to come up or whatever. I don't want to drag them into it because it was my stream that I did. And so if they have anything to say about it, they're more than welcome to when they come up. But I just wanted to address it real quick. So, Mallerie, I hope you don't mind. I'm going to play a clip of your stream from today. Hello, Cassidy. Because it's the only thing that's going to be able to keep me on topic. You take notes. I wish I was good at that, but I had just heard this, so I wouldn't have even had time. Hey, Sam. It's good to see you. So I'm just going to play this little bit, and I'm going to address it, and then I'm going to put out the link for these other ladies to get up here, and then we're going to have a good time, okay? All right, so I'm not looking at the chat right now. This is from Mallory's stream. I do have it sped up to 1.5 speed.
My friend, I'd like to talk a little bit about that stream that, oh my God, it completely just kind of, it'll come to me.
I got to skip ahead just a little bit. And
Audrey was there.
What you're hearing here are, apparently Mallerie has a new litter of kittens, and this is why I've got it sped up to 1.5 speed, because if I listen for very long, I'm going to start lactating, because these kittens, these kittens are just relentless. They are wanting some of that mama time. And, I've never lactated in my life, but these kittens are pushing it. Okay, so.
Don't want to talk about the stream a little bit, or just move past it?
Let me get to the
over at that time? It was over at that time. So I had pushed play, and I heard what I heard for the first, it pretty much started instantly. And I listened up until I heard Jaynie say, well, how about, I'm paraphrasing slightly with Jaynie. She said, that just doesn't sound like Mallerie. That just doesn't sound like something Mallerie would mean or say. Maybe it was just a bad joke. And, I would have to go look at it, and just see. But, what was her name? Newstubers. Newstubers, I wouldn't, that's just not Mallory's pattern. That's just not who I know her to be. I would just, she's just trying to talk her off the ledge and just say, I just think maybe this one was just a misunderstanding. And that's pretty much where I left it. I'm like, good girl, Jaynie. Good girl. Thank you, Jaynie. And that's where
Okay, actually, it was recently enough that I listened to this that maybe I don't need to play too much of it, because then I'll get too involved and I won't be able to stop talking about it, which is part of the problem, I think, with why Mallerie is so angry, because that stream went on for 3 hours. And honestly, time just completely got away from me. Hello, Trixie Cat. Hi, Towley. Hey, Cassidy. Hey, Lucas. Anyone who's coming in, I did not say hi to you. I will catch you as soon as I see you again. Okay, so she was upset, though, because it went on so long. And to her, it felt like, the topic just was beaten into the ground. And so I wanted to say to Mallerie that time did get away from me. I did not realize that the stream had been going on that long. Usually my limit is like an hour. So that was surprising to me, first of all. Secondly, you said at some point there was some role playing going on. Yes, there was. And what I was trying to do, Mallerie, and I hope you will understand, is I was just trying to understand what she was feeling and trying to get kind of a feeling for why she was feeling it. And as long as someone wants to talk, I let them talk. I know that in the past with you, I've seen you, and when you think a subject is over, you are very good at saying, you know what, it is what it is, let's move on. Me, I'm not so good at that. I really am not. As long as I feel like someone needs to talk about something, I usually just let them keep talking. So if you feel like I in any way played a part of just kind of beating a dead horse, I do apologize for that. But it was my intention to understand fully why this was happening. And I never really understood fully, except that I felt like it meant something to her. And if it meant something to her, I wanted to respect that. And maybe there's a lesson to be learned in all of that from me, which is to realize that I can't always make everyone feel better. And so I'm going to try and, realize that more. But when I see someone feeling bad about something, that's like my kryptonite. I want to make them feel better about it. And so I do apologize if you felt like, there was anything nefarious in me letting that go on for so long. There certainly wasn't. I respect you very much. I love your streams. I love what you do. And I also would say the same to NewsTubers. I love what she does. I think she's very talented at it. And I just wanted some more understanding. I hope that that the two of you are able to just put this behind you in whatever way that means and move on. But yeah, like I said, my kryptonite is someone feeling bad, and I feel like I haven't done enough to help them feel better about the situation. So I hope that you understand that, and that it was not meant as any disrespect to you. But I am going to drop out this link to everyone. Let me grab it real quick here. I'm so happy to see all of you here. Okay, I'm going to put this in the side chat. Anyone is welcome to grab it. But it may take a while for us to get you up here, because first I'm going to have PF and Sonia, and possibly if the Housewives want that link, and we're going to get started. And then if you want to sit backstage and listen and wait until we bring you up, we will definitely do that. Okay, so like I said, the link is for anyone, but I don't want too many people up talking at once. And my guests of honor are going to be PF, Sonia, and the Housewives if they choose to take the link. And then as we go along, we'll have other people up. So there it is. How is everyone doing tonight? Gina, it was a hard stream, and I really wanted for her to come away feeling better about it. I hope she did. I just don't like to know that I left someone feeling bad. You're unable to tonight? Okay, that's all right, Shell. If MJ wants it, she can still grab it. Oh, I hear someone knocking. It's Miss PF.
Can I come in?
No, you can't come in.
Hey, Jaynie.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. You feeling better today?
Yes, much better today. I was pretty bad last night. Yeah.
What about Luke? Is he better today too?
I think he's better. He had a really bad headache, so I think that he's doing well. Yeah.
Good. Good.
I know that sounds weird because we live in the same house, but here's the thing. I forgot that Luke felt bad too, and I didn't ask him. I am a bad person. Luke, are you feeling better?
This is why you need a babysitter, Jaynie.
Exactly. Mama Beth, let me try and find that for you. I always have a hard time getting to it. So, PF.
Yes, ma'am.
How are you today? Do you feel better today?
I'm good. Yeah.
Good.
It was a beautiful day outside, and I think I got all of my aggression out last night. If anybody is here to see me go off like a crazy person like I did last night, that is, you're going to be sorely disappointed.
Well, and that was, where I was kind of aiming without saying it. I was concerned. Hold on one second. Sorry about that. I had to sneeze. I was concerned because you were upset last night, and that is not your norm. However, I do know that happens because we are human and we're allowed to have emotions.
Absolutely. Thank you. Just Sunspear. Thank you. I think that we've all had, anybody that's been on panel or been around here long enough has had at least one epic meltdown on a stream. And so that was mine last night, full on, beating my fist on the table and banging my, fist against the wall. I was pretty pissed off, but I adore IB Elf. And, she's one, like I said last night, she's one of the few that I would jump on a panel and lose my collective proverbial shit for. So I have no regrets.
Yeah, Elf has always been nothing but nice everywhere I've seen her. And so, I don't necessarily understand all that's going on. You know me, but I do know that she's never been anything but nice.
Yeah. Squirrel, Jaynie.
Exactly. Thank you, Cassidy and Beth. Welcome to the Loose Cannon crew.
I hope Elf has gone and looked in the comment sections of my video from the other day, Wendy B's video, the comments that were made in chat last night. I went back and looked at it, and she is so loved by so many around here. I am selfishly lucky that, I have her as my friend in real life, but there are a ton of people around here that just truly care about you, Elf, so much. You have a lot of support. So please don't ever forget that.
Yeah, I think when this kind of thing happens, our first instinct is that everyone agrees, but no, everyone doesn't agree. We love you to death, and you've got support like crazy. So,
absolutely.
Hold on, I was just trying to check. You're going to have to talk for me because I can't do two things at once.
Okay.
Sonia, are you still in the side chat there, honey? Do you know if she was coming up for sure?
Yeah, I was just talking to her. We were on the phone together right before we came on. So she absolutely is planning on coming up for sure.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Hey, sweet crow's feet, how are you? So you do feel better today, though. I seriously, I listened to it this morning, and she is, and we all are lucky to have someone like you who will stand up for us. The fact that you did get so emotional, shows how much you care, because I don't hear you get like that often. So
yeah, like I said, I've been friends with her for a really long time, and so when she called me, as upset as she was, it's a little hard when you really care about somebody not to feel upset and triggered like that, and I just. Yeah, I couldn't help myself, and I said last night I was going to fire up my own stream, and I am not smart enough to figure out StreamYards that quickly, especially in a heat of a moment. And so, Laura was already live and there was already a ton of people in there. So I thought, you know what, I'll just go over there and say what I need to say and, wrap this up and get done with it. I have, not really watched a lot of the stuff that's happened today. I'm sure, thank you, Luke. I'm sure, I'm getting drugged to hell and back, and that's fine. Like I said, I don't have any regrets. I guess the only way I would have a regret is if I was ashamed of my actions, and I wasn't ashamed of what I did last night. I'm never going to be ashamed of it. So I'm all good.
There it is, Sonia.
I'm a little more worried about Elf. But, we've talked, last night and today, and, just can't give too much attention to some of this bullshit on here, because it just, we're sitting here in the in the literal definition of insanity, right? Continuing to have this cycle of nobody wants to hear anybody else's side. Nobody wants to step back and hear anybody else's perspective or see their point of view, and going back and forth. It's just, it accomplishes nothing. It's exhausting, it's tiring, and it accomplishes nothing.
It really is.
And I should know better,
Well, here's the thing. We do know better. We know that it's likely not going to change anything. But because we're humans with emotions, we think that we can at least get someone to be reasonable, right?
Yeah, you would think.
But no, and that's why we get so frustrated till we lose our shit. Because we're like, what about this don't you get, that this person doesn't deserve this, and that what you're doing is hurting them. What don't you get about that?
Right. And clearly, there are people that feel that, we have hurt them, and they have a right to feel hurt. But, they don't understand where we're coming from. Obviously, I don't think a lot of us understand where they're coming from. I understand parts of where they're coming from, but some of it I don't. And, but nobody wants to, calm down long enough to listen and meet in the middle. And so at some point, you just have to say, this isn't worth it anymore. And walk away from it and let it be. Whatever's going to be will be. And I think we've all found some pretty good places where we've landed. And I'm quite happy where I am. So,
me too.
Hey, Kyle.
I think that that since I drew that hard line in the sand, that I'm just not going to be part of that. I'm not going to go over and watch. I'm not going to try and change their minds by talking to them. Since I drew that hard line, I have been having a more pleasurable experience on YouTube.
For sure. And, before Diane came back the other day, I think, things were starting to calm down a little bit. And we were starting to kind of get back to feeling a little relaxed. And, and then boom, she popped up. And so all of this drama and massive constant chaos, has returned in the last couple of days. And I don't think people are realizing how many friendships are being lost and ruined, and how many people are truly being hurt over this. And that truly makes me sad. But, like I said, I'm happy where I am, and, they can do their thing. We'll do our thing. And anybody who wants to do their thing with everyone involved, you know what? I have no issues or problems with anybody doing that either. I think everybody should go exactly where they want to go and chat wherever they want to chat, without shame or fear, or without thinking that because you walk into that chat, you've condoned everything that person's ever done since the beginning of time, or that you agree with everything that comes out of their mouth. You can agree on a specific topic, go in a chat, discuss that topic, and leave. But that doesn't mean that, I'm going to skip off into the forest with any of these people and braid their hair,
Shoot, I'm so sorry.
Bless you.
I couldn't get to my mute button in time. Hold on. Okay. Every night this time, this starts. It's awful. And since everyone probably just thinks I'm a snotty mess all the time, because I usually only go live at night, and at night is when my allergies kick my butt.
Maybe you're allergic to the internet.
Maybe. It's all that 5G I'm breathing in,
That's right. Maybe they'll come up with a vaccine for that.
I hope so.
Conklin, you always do your own thing, and I absolutely love it. You crack me up.
Yes, Evelyn. I had to go wash my car yesterday, and I have a white car, But I swear to God, you would have thought that my car was like a celery green because there was so much pollen on it. It was awful.
That doesn't sound fun.
No. Well, I'm sure where you are, you're not very far from me. Isn't everything covered in pollen right now?
Yes, yeah. I was going to go take my car and get it washed the other day, and I was like, I don't know what the point is. Wait a little bit longer. Yeah, it's just everything's covered in green. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's awful.
It is. It is.
Our house is white. It looks like it's lime green. House. I mean, I wish there was somewhere where I could take the house through the car wash, It'd be much easier.
For sure. Oh, that's nice, Cassidy. What kind did you get?
Awesome.
Cassidy got a new car.
Congrats. Congratulations. Mama Beth, are you asking if me sneezing was a cat?
I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but I see somebody in the chat, and I just want to say, Evelyn, if I have upset you in some way, I know we've gone back and forth and had our things in the past, and I was glad that we were on a better path. But if I've done something to upset you, I truly, truly apologize. I have not intended to do that, and I hope we can get back onto that path that we were on before.
Oh my gosh, I'm so honored. Yaba is in my chat.
Yaba just complimented my laugh. Oh, listen, I have won the internet today, people. Thank you, Yaba.
Oh, I got to fangirl a little. Yaba and all. Sam's nothing. I'm used to Sam.
Sam's yesterday's news.
That's right.
Yaba now. I'm kidding, Sam. Kidding.
Of course, kidding.
Oh. Thank you, Evelyn.
Kat says, oh my God, Yaba noticed me. BMW Z4 convertible, black on black. Look at
nice.
You. Fancy.
Kyle, thank you. That is fancy. I'm a little jealous.
I know, right? Lucas, you got to up your game. Oh, yeah? Well, Luke got me a bag of donuts.
Jaynie.
Don't take that, Cassidy.
I bet you're jealous. And I'm close enough to Jaynie. I might drive over there, and she said she might share some with me. So
I ate them all. Are you kidding? Share? I sat and ate a whole bag of donuts.
So what's everybody else got going on?
Are you asking me? Because I would be the last one to know.
No, I was asking the chat.
Sonia, are you still having a hard time, honey? She said it was asking her to do all kinds of stuff.
Kyle, you know what? I do. I love wide brim hats. I love ball caps. I love any kind of hat I can get my hands on. And in fact, I wear them most days. I have a hat on rather than not, because then I don't have to fool with my long, thick hair and straightening it or styling it or anything like that. So yes, I am a wide brim hat lover. But I will not be camming up with my wide brim hat anytime soon.
Yeah.
The best I could do is maybe change my avatar and, present different hats now and then. How about that?
Yaba won't wear a hat if you're wearing a hat. She doesn't want to do the whole couples dressing alike thing, I bet. I've always made sure Luke and I never match because I cannot stand when couples dress alike. Maybe a matching t-shirt if you're going to something that has to do with the t-shirt. But, I can't do that whole dressing like the one you love.
No, I'm not into that.
I don't like feeling like when you are in a couple that you're no longer you. Now you're this two-headed beast. And you have no individuality anymore.
For sure. Can we all give some love to Shell and MJ? Because, I didn't get to see it live while it was happening, but I rewatched it later, and I'm so proud of you for having the courage to come out. It's amazing. Congratulations. Following in the trend around here.
They are registered at the dollar store.
The dollar store.
Cat's rule, I would definitely do the I'm with stupid t-shirt thing. Yeah. Oh.
Y'all make a beautiful couple.
I hear someone knocking. It's Sonia.
Me?
She's like, let me in.
Sonia!
You know where I've been.
I'm here.
It made me have to log in all the way from the beginning, my YouTube account. And of course, I don't know my password, and my stupid phone decided that it doesn't know it either. So I had to click on forgot password, make a new password to get in. And now I'm here. Now I'm here.
Look at your pink hair. I love it.
Oh, it was a stupid picture.
That's right. Yaba, they did it first. And you started the trend, Yaba, and everybody wanted to be as cool as y'all. So I was thinking about making an announcement on here myself. I have to let y'all know, I told y'all that I got, was divorced. And so I'm going to admit something. I got divorced from my husband because I wanted to have an affair with Dr. Koala, and that's not working out very well. So I am now going to start pursuing Sonia instead.
Oh my God. The next YouTube power couple, yeah. I like it.
Yeah, I'm gonna stalk her from across the ocean.
Yeah, fly me over. Fly me over. Send it, yeah.
And now Sonia's gonna be up here with us with this beautiful, gorgeous accent of hers, and Jaynie and I are gonna sound just like
common trash. That's
common.
No,
That's what I was just about to
it's the
say.
opposite.
Common
it's the
Southern
opposite.
trash.
No, it's the opposite. I hate the British accent. We sound so chavvy. We just do. We do.
No, everything y'all say sounds so much smarter than anything that comes out of our mouths. I could listen to it all day long. I can't even imagine, Sonia, what we must sound like to y'all. I know what y'all sound like to us, but I'm wondering, how do y'all perceive Americans when you hear our accent? Are you fascinated the way that we're fascinated with y'all's accents?
Yeah, I like trying to figure out if I know who's from where, like which bit. I think I've got that a bit. I've got that a bit better. Like there's a difference between country and southern, isn't there? So
yes,
the accents, right? So, but at first you don't notice they're all just American accents. So yeah, I like trying to figure out which accents from where and if I get it right or not. But there's a lot. There's so many different accents over there.
Thank you, Lucy. There's a lot of accents.
The UK, though. The UK, different areas, lots of different accents.
Oh, so okay, so we should. So y'all are much like us. So depending on what part you're from, your accent varies a little bit. See, I can't hear the difference of that.
Yeah, like Londoners, Southerners, they sound way different too. Us that are more up north, and then the guys in the middle, they sound far out. I don't do them accents. I like Northern or Southern. I like the London accent. I like the London accent. Or Scottish. I like Scottish and Irish accents.
Oh, I could listen to sweet talk all day long.
Yeah. Yeah. Or Irish. Definitely.
Oh, for sure.
Irish.
I would love for her to do that too.
Yeah.
Beth,
No, but you and Jaynie, I can't tell by your accents where you're from. Like neither of you sound Southern to me, or country, or New York. None of you do. So I can't tell. You guys have got like accents that are hard to place for me.
That's part of our allure. Our mystery.
We like to stay mysterious.
That's
no,
right.
I think that it depends on who I'm talking to. If I'm talking to somebody else that's from the South and they have a strong accent, my Southern will come out more. And when I'm really mad and angry, that Southern drawl tends to come out a little more. If I'm talking just like I'm talking right now, you can't hear it as much. But when I get pissed off, I sound like a redneck backwoods hillbilly.
Yeah,
I don't know the variations between them either. When you're saying hillbillies and rednecks and this and that, like what the hell? Who's who? So you say you're a redneck. Your accent's a redneck. Is that what you would say?
When my southern comes out a lot, yeah.
Right. The southern bit is like the redneck bit. Then is that right? Am I understanding that right?
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Oh, no. And where's yours then, Jaynie? Your accent, because I can't tell.
I'm about an hour from PF, so we're from the same place, but I have lived in several different places, several different areas of the U.S. So every time I've moved, I've tried, it's been a conscious effort not to pick up a new accent. So my accent is probably more of a Midwestern accent, kind of like Iowa, Minnesota, a bit of the
Those kind of
Dakotas. Yeah. Almost sometimes verging on a Canadian accent a little bit.
Right. Yeah.
So I've tried to hold on to that because it's in the US, that Midwestern accent is considered kind of the lack of accent. It's like what newscasters and everything
there is
are
a lack of an accent. That's right.
Yeah.
That's a good way to describe it. Yeah.
Yeah, newscasters and everything are kind of trained to use that Midwestern accent because it's almost a negative accent. There's nothing there.
Yeah, that's how I learned Midwestern. That was from uni, because I always remember uni saying that she's Midwest. So I attributed her accent to that because hers is neutral. Like you couldn't tell where she's from. There's like no accent. For me, anyway.
Yep.
Kiki.
And then I moved like from the Midwest into like Southern Ohio, Northern Kentucky region. And they are very Southern sounding.
Oh,
yeah, and you wouldn't see they're not really.
I think it might be Southern. That there's some that it's a really strong. I don't know if it's country, right? Really strong country or Southern. I can't understand the word. I cannot understand the word.
Well, the Appalachian accent is very strong. I mean, it's like twangier than Texas is. The Appalachian accent, it's very twangy. And then Texas is just like straight Southern people down here.
Luke has a nice voice.
Yeah, Luke has that Southern accent.
Yeah, I'm going to need him to read a book or something for me, tape it so I can listen to it while I fall asleep.
Yeah, I hear the Southern in him. Yeah, I can hear it. I know what you mean.
Yeah, I would like for Luke to read to me when I go to sleep, but he won't. So if you get that book, PF, I'm going to be very jealous.
I'll buy an extra copy for you. How about that?
Okay.
Oh, Jaynie, your post.
What was that?
I said your community post. I saw your community post earlier. It was so, oh my God, it really touched me that. Have you seen it, PF, or anyone in the chat? It was deep. I loved it.
I don't think I saw it.
Did you not? You need to read it. Jaynie, I loved it. I vibed with it for sure.
Yeah, I did too. I usually try and share the ones I vibe with because I know that a lot of people around here, especially who follow my channel, will vibe with it as well.
Yeah. Was it the Robin Williams one as well about the people don't fake depression, they fake? No, people don't fake. What was it? Which way around was it?
People don't fake being depressed, they fake being okay.
That's it, yeah. That one as well. I love that one. I love that one. And I nearly posted it the other day. I saw it somewhere and then it went clean out of my mind and I saw it a couple of days ago and I was like, no way. That flipping quote's haunted me. But it's so true. It's so true. And that one you posted today is true as well. Really true.
I wanted to say welcome to Steve or Stevie. I'm not sure how that's pronounced, but since it has two E's.
I've not got the chat on here.
Stevie or Steve Papadopoulos, welcome to the chat. Dead air. We all must be deep in thought now. Don't mind us. We're just going to take a break. You guys just talk about yourself.
I'm going to mute. I'm just going to go run a couple of errands. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. We'll be back in a little while.
Yeah. I've got some mail to take care of. Just do your thing.
Conklin, what's going on with you in the chat? What is
I
that?
can't see the chat. I haven't got the thing up. Hang on.
Conklin kind of has his own conversation going.
I don't know who you're talking to, but that sounds intense.
And Sam is being fed dinner in bed.
Oh, he's Sam there.
Okay, so we got Cassidy getting a BMW, Sam being fed dinner in bed. Lucas, what are you doing for me lately?
Conklin's having the big O here in the chat. And
well, no, he's not having it. He's faking it.
oh, I'm sorry. He's faking it. Sorry. Yes. Well,
oh, I'm one of his
welcome to our
stalkers
world,
on Twitter.
Conklin.
Did you see his post on Twitter? I'm one of his stalkers. He said, someone keeps sharing my or liking his stuff and their account's locked. He can't tell who it is. And there was me and Sadie, because me and Sadie do follow his tweets. They're so funny. So it's me. One of them's me stalking him, retweeting his stuff. It's hilarious.
Oh, he cracks me up.
Hey, Miss Audrey, how are you? She just woke up from a nap.
Stevie, I've been there, and so congratulations. I would say that's a happy day. At least I hope it is. Luke's listening to WrestleMania for you?
Yes, he is.
What a sweet guy.
Because I'm so invested in WrestleMania.
Hi, Lilac Llama. Oh, hugs to you too.
Hi, Llama.
Sam, I have to say, I'm a little jealous of the treatment that I see Yaba giving you.
Right.
Kind of just sitting back with some low-key jealousy going on, wondering how I can find somebody to bring me food in bed and take care of me the way Yaba cooks and takes care of you. Impressed.
Sonia, Captain Obvious would like for someone to tell you that she says hello.
Oh, hey! I was trying to get the chat up before and it was just a blank screen. And it took me off this bloody screen. So I freaked out and just pressed X and came back to this screen. I don't like this StreamYard thing. I think it was Zoom, the one I used on Sunbury. This one's confused me completely.
Hey, Lisa. Kyle would like a link to come up in a hat. But Kyle, honey, we are probably, I don't know, not your cup of tea. I don't know. Would you like me to let Kyle up, women, ladies?
Can we graciously decline?
That's what I was thinking. I mean, Kyle, no offense, but, you know, I'm not.
It's a polite no.
Yeah.
Kyle.
Well, Evelyn, I would agree with that.
Hello, Moonchild Pink. Hello, British Chippy. So what kind of trouble are we going to get into tonight, ladies?
I don't know. Is there anything anybody feels the need to talk about or discuss? Or
I found the chat. Hey, Moonchild. Anything? I don't know. What's happened today? What's happened yesterday? It's been hectic. The whole place is flipping, falling to pieces. In one way, but then in another way, it's all kind of like cool and people are just chilling and going where they want. And I don't know. There's a lot of it. I like how it is lately.
I think that, you know, this is the first time. I mean, y'all can tell me if you agree or disagree. Everybody in the chat too. I think this is the first time that I've genuinely felt completely free to go wherever I want and not give a fuck about what anybody thinks. Does anybody else feel like that? I mean, like, seriously, like you just don't give a shit anymore about who likes where you go, where you don't go, what you say, what you don't.
Yeah, I do. I feel there's a difference now. There's less restraint, or it feels that way.
Yeah. I mean, I almost like
there's
no more.
Somebody reigning. There's always been somebody reigning supreme around here, because Katie would be funny about where you could and couldn't go, and there's always kind of been an air about, if you're seen over there, you're going to be seen in this way, hasn't there? Or if you're seen talking to that one, then whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good feeling. I mean, I guess from, you know, what little I've been able to observe right before we got on here, you know, it seems like there's just embers burning all over the community, you know, but at the same time, I feel like everybody's landing right where they need to be. And that's amazing, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a bit easier because those warring sides aren't warring, so there's no that they cause the restraints a lot of the time, don't they? Who's fighting with who? Which bloody faction's fighting with which faction? And then it affects where you can kind of go, where's chill to go. Because when people back like a couple of years ago were fighting with someone else, you couldn't go in their chat, but then when they were cool with them again, you could. So it was all like, sometimes it was never said, it was just in the air. That's the protocol. You will not go in there if you like this person,
Right.
but you wouldn't want to at the same time because you feel your loyalty and your tie, don't you?
Yeah, for sure.
But it's like a false loyalty. I think like the ties that are connecting now are more legitimate. You know, like they're not just superficial.
I kind of feel like we've been fighting. I mean, it just from the second that I landed in this community, right? There's always been some, one major controversy after another. And so I think that we've seen a lot of sides of people of just them constantly being angry and defensive and reacting. And I think that we're just now finally getting to a place where we're starting to see some other sides of people's personalities that we haven't been able to see or observe in the past. And that's what I like,
Yeah, because a lot of the reacting stopped, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Because the sides that are fighting, like, it's just, I just like it being more peaceful. I do.
Sometimes I like not having to worry about who likes who right now. I know if you're in my chat, that's all that matters. If you're in someone else's chat, I don't know anymore, so I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. Ageless beauty. I mean, it wasn't ever an outward thing. I mean, sometimes there's a couple people that would, but it was more of the feeling or the loyal supporters in certain people's chats that, would kind of give you a hard time, on Twitter, in your DMs, or in chats, in comment sections and things like that. So it wasn't, necessarily a vocally controlling us, but just making us feel, I guess a lot of us, that like we were walking on the eggshells, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And in that we still have some responsibility, because you allow it to go on, don't you, as well? You kowtow to what you think the vibe is. Like we have some responsibility for that as well, don't we? Like, can't just blame it on them controlling us.
No,
you allow it because of your own reasons, don't you? Sometimes.
Yeah, and I think we've all been guilty of that in the past. You know what, Les? Absolutely. Miss PF, will you be able to add in your partial teeth if you get mad again and go off and not hit a desk so much next time? For you, absolutely. Anything. 100%. I will make sure that happens. Thank you.
That rant was legendary. Legendary. Fucking hell. Oh my God.
I was so mad. I was so mad.
I know, and that's you so mad. Even so mad, you weren't as bad as like some of the behaviour that you see when they're up on there and they're saying they're not mad and they're acting crazy. Do you know what I mean? You still weren't. That's your mad. In comparison around here, that was mild.
That's my big scary mad. You saw it. That was it. Yeah. MJ wants a link, Jaynie.
I'm grabbing it real quick.
Good.
MJ, you're late. You're late.
She is late, and she needs to be shamed. What in the world was more important than this? I'll tell you, nothing. Hello, Stellar.
Yeah, Evelyn, I've seen that happen to you a time or two, and being called out like that, I mean, gosh, it's just so shitty. It's so sucky. But I've always watched you. I mean, I've seen that happen to you multiple times, and I think that you've always handled it really well,
Right, Sassy Cat. I never understood, how deep the loyalty could actually go just from being in someone's stream.
Oh, I agree with that comment about loyalty. Yeah, it is. There's been a very warped perception of what loyalty consists of around here. Absolutely.
Hey, Stellar.
Absolutely.
Well, I can only assume that other people are like I am. And sometimes, yeah, I'm in a stream where I don't necessarily like the people on the panel, but I'm in the mood to chat. So there might be one or two people in the side chat that I like, and I just feel like chatting. It doesn't mean that, I'm signing up or re-enlisting in their army, or I'm going to carry any sort of loyalty out of there with me. It just means that I'm a human being who at the moment has some free time that I need to fill. And, that's about as deep as it's going to go.
Well, I loved Happy's comment, and said, I think it's shown us not to put people on, such a high pedestal. Yeah, because when we've done that, I think a lot of times around here, and then we're the ones that are massively let down. It's a really long, hard fall when we, put these people up higher than they should be.
Hey, MJ.
Hey.
What's
Hey,
up?
MJ. Yeah, you can't. You have to stop. We have to stop idealizing creators. Stop
I'm
idealizing them.
hearing all kinds of craziness. Are you guys?
Feedback. Yeah, I can.
Yes.
I can hear it.
What do I need to
You
do? Can I go over to the YouTube side?
Yeah, you need to mute your YouTube side.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I go over to the YouTube side?
Yeah, you need to mute your YouTube side.
I agree. Uptick. Yeah.
Okay, is that better?
Yes, I can't hear it.
Mucho better.
Yeah,
Okay,
you're good. I love your picture.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Looking sexy.
Oh
Huh?
yeah, very cute. Cute, yeah.
Okay. This is my computer mic, so tell me if it gets crappy or whatever.
It sounds
good. Okay, cool. I did take a late nap. You know how we're late nappers. We're old people.
That's right. I took one too, but I wasn't going to say it.
But I have to, when I get up from a nap, I have to jump in the shower because I feel gross. You know how you get all, hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold.
Yeah.
I have to jump in the shower.
I can't nap. We've had this conversation. I can't nap.
Oh yeah. I don't know how you live your life, whatever. But yeah, I had to wash my nap off. But I'm here.
Better late than never.
Yeah.
No, we were on about idealizing creators. We have to stop doing that. I'd give an example in one of my videos. If you see me say, "Oh, I love dogs. I adore dogs," right?
Mm-hmm.
Don't build me up in your mind to think, "Oh, wow, Sonia, she's a great person, right? She loves dogs. She's just a really good person." Just stop all that. No, it's just Sonia, and she likes dogs. Let stuff unfold instead of building up the idealizing and making these people so it isn't just us. If you look across all this James Charles and Jeffree Star, they're all idealized. Tatty, that's how the way they are, because they're being idealized all the time, aren't they, by fans and subscribers? But it's not healthy. It's just not healthy.
Yeah, but then all this dirt comes out on them eventually.
Yeah, eventually.
The racism or whatever.
Yeah.
So just here in YouTube world, somebody's gonna dig up your dirt eventually. You can put on this nice girl act all you want, but eventually somebody's gonna bring it out of you.
Absolutely.
But I don't know, this whole thing with and I'm just gonna dive right into it because that's just what I do.
Love
it. This whole feud with me and Wendy, she tries to make it seem like I'm attacking her. I wouldn't have nothing to attack if she wouldn't be going after me. And then the fact, and I think it fuels me more because she grouped Shell into that. I heard you say earlier, a two-headed monster. You know what I mean? We are two people. You know what I mean? You can come after me without dragging Shell into it. And the fact that she acts like they never had an actual friendship drives me insane. She acts like she does not know her on a personal level. Shell is not like that. She would have never betrayed Wendy had Wendy not betrayed her. To this day, she wouldn't have. She'd have still been friends with her if Wendy had not betrayed her.
Yeah.
I do feel bad for Cheryl. It is horrible.
So
it's not
Well,
right.
kind
It's
of
not right
like
to have someone deny, like, to make out they don't know you at all.
yeah, so this
Pretty
whole
much.
back and forth with her, well, Cheryl's like, nope. Well, I think after, you know, she showed her true self, and after we saw her attacking other people and, you know, showing her character and stuff, I think that Cheryl would have eventually, you know, made her own decision on that or whatever. But I've been very vocal about the fact that I didn't never really care for Wendy to begin with, just because I saw how she treated people, whether it was shadowed by Diane's filth or not. This was before the scandal. I just never really I never really got a good vibe from her. And for her to say I went around hating her before this happened, that's a lie. I never said a jack shit word about Wendy before this shit happened. And I never said much about Wendy after it happened at first. I said, I hope Wendy and Randy had nothing to do with it. And I stood by that for a long time until she started acting the way she did. And then I started thinking, well, maybe she did have something to do with it. And that's when I started saying what I said about her. For her to twist and turn everything that people say about her, I have put clips up. I do not hate Wendy. She needs to stop saying. I don't hate her either. I hate the way that she twists stuff. I have said things to her. She has said things to me, and I have clipped the whole thing in its entirety without copy pasting anything. It is not. It does not involve you. Don't involve yourself. Are you talking to me, Nicole?
Hi, Minnie.
I thought that Nicole girl was talking to me, but it does involve me. But and she will straight up say, no, I was not talking about you. And the one thing was about you, Jaynie, where she said that people like Jaynie and MJ support what, you know, people like what the porch said about little Rosie. She put me and you back to back together in that statement. But then she was like, I proved that that was a lie. I have the clip. And I posted that clip, and anybody that wants to go listen, it's still posted on our channel. But she is telling people that she proved me wrong by saying she was strictly talking about you, Jaynie, and that's a lie. She did not.
Okay, I'm confused. Was this? I didn't realize she said that we supported what they did to little Rosie. I thought it was
no, not what she did. What she said, what they said about, "Are you dead yet?"
Oh, I thought it was about saying that she was schizophrenic.
No, well, she that part she did blame on you, but the part
on either of the subject matters, I don't support that.
No, I don't either, and they know that.
What do I have? Here's what I want to know, girls, ladies. Do we have to, everything that's said, do we have to immediately strike up a live and say, I agree or I don't agree? I mean, come on.
Does it have to be in capital, bold, and italic writing for them to understand? Do we have to do a PowerPoint presentation?
Yeah.
They twist everything, just like they're like pedo supporters. They're all pedo supporters. Everybody knows nobody's supporting a damn pedo over here. Molly Golightly was not supporting a pedo. No one is supporting someone abusing a child. You guys are stupid to even say that or think that. No one was saying that Jaynie said, take your meds and go to therapy and you'll be just fine. You'll never rape another child or abuse another child. That's what they're making it sound like over there. Now, how stupid do you sound?
Exactly, because
I heard you say the statement, Jaynie, not to cut you off, but I heard you say the statement, and it was like you were caught off guard, and you said, now, for this mental illness that you have, you need to follow up with your doctor, take your medicine, just like you would suggest to any person with a mental illness. You did not say, oh, this will cure your need to abuse little children.
Of course not.
As far as that,
I told him to keep doing what he's been advised to do, pretty much. That's
as
what I
far
heard.
as that goes, my thinking behind saying continue taking your medicine, continue seeing your psychiatrist, continue seeing your doctor. That's because
you don't want to be suggesting to one of them to come off any medication at all.
Exactly, but also because if he's seeing a psychiatrist and if he's seeing a doctor and if he's people are watching him.
Yeah, he's under someone's observation. He's being watched.
The thing is, and I'm not supporting the guy. I don't even know the whole story. But the thing is, being a mental health patient, which I am, and I've made this very clear, at least fix what you can. At least make him less of a threat to the community as you can.
Well, would they rather him not go to therapy at all and just continue to
That's what I'm
run
saying.
around? You know what I mean?
Well,
I mean, just it's.
Listen,
yeah, would it have been better if I'd have said, "Hey, listen, no amount of medicine you take is going to help you not violate children, so you might as well just quit doing that."
Yeah, go ahead and go do it.
Yeah.
No, I mean, what are you supposed to say?
Nobody over here
I
wants to go skip off into the forest with a fucking pedophile. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Nobody over here supports that. Nobody over here wants him in the community. They all keep talking about how we need to band together to get rid of this guy. I haven't seen anybody supporting him, giving him permission to be anywhere. Have you seen him running around in chats where we're like, come on over and hang with us? It's not happening.
No chance. And I'm being a squirrel right now because I barely looked at and sorry I'm not looking at the chat, but
I just caught on what you meant. You're being a squirrel.
I am being a squirrel because StreamYards, I hate chat on StreamYards.
I do.
It goes out of order but I saw Cats come in and hi Cats. But she's probably been here. I just didn't see her. But the thing that Diane said about her, where she said, and if I find out your real name, it's on, or, I'm going to get you and I'm going to send Bob after you. And I mean, why is that okay?
That was nuts. I remember saying on Twitter.
Not only am I as a woman going to come after you, I'm going to send my imaginary husband after you.
What did Cats do? Cats, what did you do?
Well, she said
she's the biggest liar on YouTube, don't you know, Sonia? She's
I mean, that's her biggest flaw. She's a liar, just like the rest of us. We're just liars, big old nasty liars.
And I want to say, Luke is making my point for me in there that when they brought me up on panel, okay, I love Molly for doing it, for like saying, this girl knows what she's talking about. She's got degrees. She's, almost got her doctorate or whatever. Thank you for giving me that credit. But I also came up there as a survivor of sexual assault. And so I was riding a very fine line and I was off guard. I had no idea that this guy was a predator until a sexual predator until just earlier that day when it all broke loose.
Right.
So, yeah, I take my ethical guidelines pretty seriously. And like I said, if I'd have got up there and said, listen, I personally think you're a piece of shit. And I don't believe that the first time you got caught was the first time you'd done it. And I don't believe it was a misunderstanding. And no amount of medicine you take is going to cure you of that. That would have been...
I'd seen him on ADs and I was like, what the hell is he doing over here? The fuck? So I turned it off. Well, heard about the hell breaking loose later.
Stellar's backstage, he said.
It's a repeat. Hi, Stellar. It's a repeated statement time and time and time again. And listen, Shell said something really great in the chat. She was like, so in the same words, then she said, she doesn't support everything that Shannon does, but she loves Shannon and supports her. So how is this any different? And it's not. But it's the rules for thee, but not for me.
Yeah. See, when I have to start digging for proof to friends or alleged friends or whatever, and start having to repeat, and I'm being called things, crazy things, names, then that's my cut off. It goes no further. That engaging it doesn't matter how many times you try and reiterate what it was you meant and what it was you didn't mean. It's just calculated misinterpretation. They're not going to understand you. They don't want to. You're not speaking a foreign language, using code, right? Clear, direct English. They add their own interpretation, their own emotion to it, whatever, and it just gets twisted. So after the second time of observing that, I'd be walking the hell away. Because look at it, right? How crazy making is it? I caught some of it today. The twist, the plays on the words and everything else. And you've been gaslighting someone with a necklace from bloody 4 years ago and whatever about this. To preemptively set you up about that, and then you're gaslighting the community, you're gaslighting else that nobody is a friend, only you. But I'm just like, what is this madness? Is this madness? That's
the funny part, Sonia, right? That I could have come into this community and felt kind of this connection to Randy and B, and I sent them both something. I was only within a couple of months of being here, but apparently I did that so that I could lay in wait, pretend to love and care about them, and to be their friend and a supporter, so that on the off chance I decided to strike and attack, then I could have gaslit her by sending her that necklace to remember her grandmother by. I mean, it's insane.
It doesn't even make the blindest bit of sense. Nice theory. Carry on with it.
I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Well, it's just like, this whole situation with, her, she, in my opinion, she tries to, and don't get me wrong, I was not offended by the lesbian situation. Like, I love my gays, don't get me wrong. Like, I have lots of gay friends. I love the gay community. Like, that's not what offended me. The fact that she knows good and damn well we're not a gay couple. That she put that out in the universe to give doubt to her people, the new people that don't know us. You know what I mean? And then in my mind, that's discrediting my household as well as Shell's household, our families that we've built for 20 plus years. You know what I mean? To me, it was disrespectful to Shell's friendship that she had with her. And then I went back because, she's good on, well, you didn't take the time to go listen to the clip. So I went back and I, on two times speed, because I couldn't even stomach to listen to it. I found the clip and she said, well, I, for a long time, thought that they were a couple until recently, maybe, less than a year ago or so. They've been friends.
It was strange. It was strange as hell. I did a double take when I heard that. I was like, what?
And the whole time she's giggling and laughing like it's funny. I mean, and then she was like, why is it such a put down? Why? Well, it was a damn put down when the rumor was said about you. It was a weeks long drag out about how this could make people commit suicide, and
that's right.
A big freaking deal, and how dare you say anything? MJ, she was so upset with you. Right, Midwestern Mary, she acted like that this could have pushed her over the edge, but yet you said it about us.
Well, and here's the thing. They're smart, right? MJ, let's make no mistake. They understand what we're trying to get across. They understand the things that we've tried to explain to them. They purposely, in my opinion, choose to come and act like, well, I mean, I don't understand what they're saying. I don't understand what their point is. I don't, yes, you do. You're smart, educated ladies. You understand exactly what we say. You choose to come on here and play ignorant to it. And then you also choose to come on and say, well, I don't watch any of them, but then you want to. So what you're telling me by saying that is that you're making assumptions about what I said off of what somebody else told you. If you're going to speak on something about somebody around here, I suggest you go listen and get it straight from the horse's mouth. Don't sit there and say, I don't watch them, but so-and-so told me. And so now I'm going to tell you how wrong you are, because I learned a long time ago, the only person I can verify anything 100% on here is what comes out of my mouth and what I say and do. I hear a lot of people saying, she would never do that. That's a lie. She didn't do that.
I hate it. I hate it too. It drives me nuts. I know how she is. She's a wonderful person.
Well, then she said today I didn't hear this, but it was told to me, and I know it's credible, so don't tell me to go fetch the clip. Go fetch Wendy. she said, what a coward that she is to talk shit about me and then hide behind a locked account when I'm blocked. Well, I went right over to my Twitter, unblocked her, tagged her, and told her if she had something to say to me, she can say it. I don't have no problem, have never had no problem to go right up in her chat with my account, because I don't hide behind troll accounts, and say what I have to say to her. Don't call me a fucking coward. I've never been a coward or been afraid to say anything to you, Wendy. So, now that you're unblocked, come say what the hell you have to say to me on my Twitter any damn time you feel the need. Don't call me a coward, because I've never, ever, ever been afraid of you, Diane. And I'm not even going to include Randy in this, because I don't hear Randy talk about me. If she
Jaynie,
does,
no, you're not
I'll call her to you, but I don't have much of an issue with Randy personally. I don't know, I don't like her situation, but me and Randy, I don't hear her talk about me one-on-one, is what I'm saying. So, if either Wendy or Diane need to get at me, they know how. But don't say I'm a coward. I've been in both of your streams and talk shit, so shut the fuck up.
And you know what? Let me just say this. I have gone through my Twitter, and I'm pretty sure I've located some of the troll accounts that have been admittedly set up by some of these people who say, once I'm blocked, I use my other account to go in and see what they're saying about me behind locked accounts. I'm just going to put that statement out there that I have located said account and it has been blocked. And I will continue to go through my Twitter. And if you and I don't interact on a regular basis, if you don't comment on things, or you haven't been around in a while, anything looks fishy, I will take you off. If I do it by mistake, please, by all means, my Twitter is locked, but my DMs are open, and you can send me a DM, and then we will revisit it. But yeah, my circle is getting smaller and smaller and smaller and tighter and tighter and tighter.
It can only be a good thing. Is you can't be good with loads and loads and loads of people properly. You know what I mean? You can't, can you? Sorry, Stella. We've been talking and talking, and you're sat there. Hey,
Oh,
Stella.
no.
Hey.
Yeah, no problem.
Welcome.
I just want to say hello, happy. Hey, I did have something to say, and I want to say, first of all, something about common sense, because I was going to say something about intellectual laziness, but Princess Fortunate kind of convinced me maybe it's not that. Maybe they know exactly what they're up to, and they're just devious-minded people. But I don't think there's a lot of common sense. It's not very common. But hey, I'm going to go back to the whole thing, if I may, because I heard a live stream today about Shannon. Shannon did a live stream. I happened to watch part of it. And at the 20-minute mark, and I'm going to give you a quote, Shannon said, regarding to Molly Golightly, that person is promoting a pedophile. And her stream is entitled, "Don't Let Them Forget What They Support." Now, I have a couple of things I'd like to say about that, if I may. If you remember back, I know you do, when Diane had HD Tutor twice, a known self-admitted published narcissist on her panel, she had him up twice. Was she promoting narcissism? I don't think so.
You need to read my community post, Stella, about why I had an issue with him, because he is still an active abuser. He was posting all over his social media account, and I've followed him years. He's not new, right? He's new to here, right, but he's not new over there where I'm from. And he was posting all these beautiful places and where he was visiting and whatnot with this lady friend, right? And in his titles and the things he was saying, he was letting us know, the viewers, that he was, setting her up, and this is all going to come to, fruition in helping me what I'm going to do later. All this kind of shit, right? And I used to interact with him here and there. He doesn't know me. He won't know me from Adam, right? There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of us. I didn't interact with him that much, but I have interacted with him. He was gloating about idealizing this lady. So if you read my community post on idealizing, right, and what happens while they're idealizing somebody, he's an active abuser, because that is the first instance within domestic violence. It starts with the idealizing, the love bombing, right? That's the initial stage. He admits himself how intellectual he is, right? He is a psychopathic narcissist. So it's not just a narcissist, right? He's got that extra calculating side, that extra calculating sadistic side, right?
Yep.
To mess with somebody psychologically and them not know what is up with them, right? Just completely scramble the brains. And you think a survivor that talks about abuse is going to be okay with you doing that. That was my issue. Not that I was crazy or that I think I know everything, right? That was my issue with him coming into this community. And her, as a woman, a female especially, knowing how many survivors we have around here, because a lot of people talk about it. It gets said, I've got PTSD, I've got a DV background, a trauma background, whatever. We all know how many of us there are around here. And you want to bring an abuser here, an active abuser, right? From an academic point of view only, for scholars, people studying the subject, there I support him, but not to come and talk about abuse and shit like that around survivors and a drama community. No, I don't support it. Not at all. Never will. Never will. Never will. Sorry, Sarah.
No problem at all.
That's the HD rant.
I'm
So I
glad
agree with you. I agree with you. Why are you? Who the hell are you to talk, right? Narcissists are sexually abusive. They are boundaryless creatures. Boundaryless. That doesn't just mean, they don't have boundaries with people in day-to-day life. Sexually, emotionally, psychologically, physically, with children, with animals, they are boundaryless. Boundaryless.
Yep.
So no, don't have him round here. It sets me off.
Sonia, actually, thank you, because that's a beautiful example. I think that we have to vet people. I think that we can't throw caution to the wind. We are virtually strangers to each other as well, but I think over the years we get to know each other. But when you pull in on someone like that out of the community, we never know what we're going to get. I'm going to also just mention, I'm going to run down just 3 or 4 things real quick, because I think that it's the example of hypocrisy when there are people complaining about the Molly Golightly interview. Could she have vetted him better? Perhaps, I'm sure. But, there are true crime channels. I'm just now getting familiar with them. And they interview victims and family members and criminals as well to learn about a crime. Are they protecting criminal behavior? I don't think so. And you remember that program, To Catch a Criminal, with Chris Hansen? Was he promoting child sex abuse? No, of course not.
No.
I did an interview with my own sister, who was one of those rare survivors of a Ted Bundy attack back in 1974. When I did that interview and I published it here on YouTube, was I promoting a serial killer? No. And Molly Golightly did an interview with this fellow, David, I think was his name. But I believe the context was to learn things about Chris Watts. Well, why does that suddenly mean she's promoting pedophilia? My understanding is that she learned after the facts of his crimes, and clearly his crimes are deplorable. No one would stand up and say anything otherwise. But let me tell you something almost equally deplorable in my own mind. This is what I think. Slapping a label on someone as being a pedo supporter, that's as low as you go. I can't think of anyone on earth except another pedo.
I would never want to be compared to one of them, or ever even placed in the same realm as one. So yeah, I get it. But I feel differently about the whole having him on panel, to what degree the questions he was asked, the things like that, right? I have a whole different opinion on that. I don't agree with any of it, right? But it happened, and I believe some apologies were made. I don't know. I didn't see it, but I did hear that some were. And then I heard that the apologies weren't good enough. I don't know, because I missed this whole apology part. But calling people pedo supporters.
Well, Sonia, after today with Molly's live stream today, it's clearly going on. The title of it is "Don't Let Them Forget What They Support." And
Oh yeah, I believe you. I believe you. Yeah, I thought like I thought that some, I don't know, I can't even give you a name. I thought that the side that had him on had made some, like, you know, apologies for whichever bits or something, a general apology. I don't know. And then I heard it wasn't received well, and then all this chaos has started of saying, you know, they're pedo supporters, and like there is nothing worse to be called than that. Nothing.
Right.
And it isn't realistic. It isn't realistic because I don't believe that. And I certainly don't believe that all the people that were over there, no way, not a chance. Like, I do think it's like an overblown reaction. But then at the same time, you're talking about, you know, SA and, you know, molestation, and it's a freaking emotional subject. Is this the right place for any of that to be going on in the first place? Like,
Right.
it's too much of a raw subject to me personally. So I can understand overblown reactions all over because of the subject. Because of the subject, it just kicks you straight into your emotional brain, and you're there reacting because it's just sick, isn't it? I mean, oh my God, it gets me mad just talking about it. Like, you know. So I half get it, but I'm like you. I don't like it. I don't like all the discord, and I don't like the sick names that people are calling each other. Nobody's supporting a goddamn pedophile. Nobody.
Yeah, Miss Audrey made a good point. I'm sorry.
Could I just add one last thing, and then I'll...
Sure.
Okay. I think what's happening, and please, you know, if you have a different point of view, but what I'm seeing happening right now is there is an attempt to promote a moral equivalency with what happened with David, bringing him on, Molly Golightly's, and look how horrible that is. Therefore, Diane isn't anywhere near that. I think this is a very weak attempt to promote an equivalency where there is none.
This community is the community of logical fallacies. That's what it should be called. Yeah, okay? Because they will turn any legitimate debate or disagreement into the most insane perspective. Like, it's like crazy making it. This place does make it crazy. It really does. Right. It's like you say something and the other person hears it in a completely different language.
Well, and I agree. One last thing. I was over sandbagging on the live that Diane just did. It was very short. But she was bringing up the gospel and of all people, what?
I'm just laughing.
Of all people, she
Are you punking me?
No, she was.
I'm good with you.
She was going after. She was going after Case Malls and Brian, and as someone else whose name she wouldn't mention, and I can't imagine who that might be. But I wanted to say this. I wanted to say this real quick, and then I won't monopolize. I want to remind Diane, who's I'm sure listening, this fellow she brings up in the gospel from Nazareth defended women who were adulterers. A Samaritan woman at the well who was hated, tax collectors who was the bottom rung of the ladder, even a Roman soldier at his death who saw faith in him. And then they accused him of eating with sinners and tax collectors. And he had a real earful to say back to the hypocrites. He said, you know, when they said this man receives sinners and eats with them, kind of like what Molly Golightly is bringing in David, hear this. He said, you self-righteous liars, you know, truly I say to you, tax collectors and harlots are going to enter the kingdom before you do. You know, so when the T-shirt remark was made by Mallerie, right? That was sarcasm. It was classic sarcasm. It wasn't intended to do anything to promote pedophilia. She was trying to disarm a logical fallacy, as you mentioned, Sonia. And I just found it is sickly amusing to have to hear people go down that road. And if they want to clamp down on anyone who is involved with people, and by the way, aren't we all imperfect? Every one of us.
Absolutely.
Then, you know, you're arguing against this fellow from Nazareth, who still is pretty darn important in civilization. And he pointed out what was how empty and bankrupt their moral thinking was. And so I just wanted to point that out. The hypocrisy is running rampant right now. Absolutely rampant. And that's my field is theology. I'm just not going to sit back and be silent. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on so long.
No, you didn't. Not at all.
No, I loved it.
The story takes on a life of its own, and before you know it, like, we're making comparisons to things that aren't even relevant to the situation that happened.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Well, and I've heard said, I don't know how many times, that I'm trying to say that Diane is worse than a pedophile. Okay. First of all, I didn't say she's worse than one. I said what she's doing is worse, because she actually rode his back into this community. She got a piggyback ride. Now, you have to be doing something pretty wrong when you have to come back in on the coattails of someone who is a pedophile, a convicted pedophile, because it makes you look better.
Yeah.
And that was my point with that. Now, maybe it wasn't a good comparison, but in my opinion, she is no better, because she actually violated children as well.
And you're not to be from that perspective.
By taking money that was meant for them.
Not to backtrack, you guys, but Audrey made a good point when she said, as far as, the Molly Golightly thing, her intent was to talk about the Chris Watts situation, which Molly's very invested in, and everybody knows that. Her intent was not to bring out this guy's, situation. She wanted to hear about Chris Watts. You know what I mean? So it wasn't even that, it wasn't supposed to focus on this guy's record. It was supposed to get out anything that he knew about his cellmate. So that wasn't the intentions of Molly. So, they need to chill out. It wasn't even about that.
I know, but and again, right, I can still understand why the situation blew out of control.
Yeah, like, we all get it, but
yeah.
nobody is supporting this guy.
No.
No.
The intent of all, like, it wasn't to fuck with people to this degree, I don't think, at all. At all. Because it really didn't go well, did it? Look, like, well, I don't know why anyone would intend to have this kind of an outcome, is what I mean. Why would you, because so I thought I'd get everything.
And then if that outraged Diane so much, why wasn't her stream about it? She went on there just to go attack people. She didn't necessarily talk about the comparison that was made between, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, yeah, she didn't talk about it. She went right on what
the description was about Dragon's Law and the pedophile, wasn't it? Yeah, that's right. Because she didn't talk about it. Yeah, because I was like, Dragon's Law triggered her to come live.
Well, and it's been insinuated multiple times that because Sonia and I enjoy studying, the topic of narcissism, that, those who run around and call out others all the time as narcs, which I think the only person I have publicly come on and accused of being a narcissist was Diane. So, I think you should take what B says and really think about that long and hard. If something triggers you and bothers you that bad, maybe you need to take a look at why. But I have never come out and called any of the rest of them one. So, I don't know what you're so triggered about. But, Sonia and I enjoy researching that topic. And frankly, in my personal opinion, and I said this, before on a stream, there's a lot of mental health professionals out there that are great, and they can study up on this. It's they don't get a whole lot of people, in therapy that they can actually, diagnose as a narcissist, because they're so good at manipulation and lying. So we are severely lacking in our political system, our school systems, our workplaces, in our court system, people who are educated on this subject. And personally, and Sonia and I've talked about this privately before too, I'd rather have somebody who's actually lived through it and researched it and learned it and can speak on it, help me walk through it, than somebody who only learned from it from a book and is trying to counsel me and tell me what to do. That's my personal opinion. Not everybody will agree with that.
The psychologists and psychiatrists over there saying the exact same thing. Like, because when they're studying like generalized psychology. They're not just specifically focusing on narcissism and all the different branches. And I've said before, go and type narcissistic abuse or narcissism in on YouTube or on Google, and the rafts and channels that will just pop up will blow your mind. And then you check out the views, and then you go and cross-section all the comment sections, how many people are talking about it. Go and do the same on Twitter, right? There's a whole big community of us on Twitter.
Yep.
Facebook, right? Like, there's people doing grassroots movements, petitioning to change the way things are with the court system, children and custody battles. Like, it's all a corrupt, and it is a narcissistic system. There's people petitioning. We have a day now every single year on the 1st of June, World Narcissistic Abuse Awareness Day. It's a thing. It's
and they're so quick to discredit Jaynie as a, they want to say, oh, she's the mental health advocate for YouTube. Well, I would much rather have someone that has the book knowledge and who has been through mental health therapy, and has actually been through it on both sides, the book smarts of it and the real life side of it. I would much rather have someone that knows not everything about it, I don't mean that, but you know what I mean, that knows both aspects of mental health, which is a lot. I don't try to preach about it, but I've been through a lot of it too. I never studied it except for basic psychology and, when I went to nursing school, but that's about it. But I do know a lot of it because I've been to therapy for many years.
CBT and DBT and all that.
It's the same thing if you go to a drug addiction counselor.
Yeah.
Go ahead, MJ. If you go to a drug addiction counselor, there's a ton of the people that work in that field who are ex-addicts themselves. Hence, why they end up getting into that as a profession and wanting to help others. Sonia and I, that's it. Our sole intent. You could either, and I love what she always says at the end of her posts, if you find something here that helps you, take it. And if you want to, share it. And if you don't, leave it here. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less.
Life experiences. Why can't they take that for what it is? Just like my experience with having drug abuse in my family. I know Jaynie has talked about her situations. Why is that something to discredit? You can't discredit what I've been through in my life, or what Jaynie has, or you, or the next person. I know Miss Audrey has talked about things with, in her life, or what, not details. I don't want to say that, but we've all been through things. Why not learn from each other instead of say, oh, she just thinks she knows everything. Well, no, but she knows a lot.
That's their perception. That is absolutely their perception, that they think that that's what you think, when in reality they can't make that kind of a statement because they're not in your mind. They're not in your mind. Like, it's stupid. She's only doing that to this, or she thinks this about herself, or she thinks that. Well, have you asked her what she thinks before you say what she thinks? Like, it does my head in, all that. It's like juvenile stuff, isn't it? Nitpicking, total nitpicking. Yeah. Like, nobody in my community, I'm in my original community, I am nobody. There's people that will put me to shame on their knowledge, right? Put me to shame. So
Well,
I don't think I know everything. I've got plenty to learn about everything. I'm ignorant about so many things. It's horrible how many things I'm ignorant about. And
yeah, I know I've said this a million times on our channel, like people that have bipolar disorder or PTSD, things like that, that I have myself. My biggest advice to them, and I always have a disclaimer, this works for me, it may not work for you. But my thing is, with bipolar disorder, it's ever changing. Your mind is ever changing, your brain is ever changing. The medication will stop working after a while. You have to, you know, adjust your meds. You can't, it's not like you get therapy for 10 years and you're done. This is the end till the end. You have to work, you have to fight. It's a never ending battle. This doesn't go away. You know what I mean? And it didn't hurt me as a friend to a friend, because I'm not friends with Shannon. But when Shannon said that I didn't take up for her when someone, said something about her mental illness, and when I didn't take up for her, that was just as bad as co-signing. I have actually defended Shannon several times, because I said, well, she does say that she goes to therapy, I think every week, and takes her medicine, so good for her. I have said that about Shannon. So when she attacked me in a chat and said, you bitch, you didn't defend me when your friends were attacking me about my mental health. Well, I don't see you co-signing for me anywhere. You put a picture up saying that me and Shell reminded you of the Slayton sisters. You know what I mean? Like, why do I owe you anything? But I do commend you for keeping up with your mental health. I'm not going to take that away from you. You know what I mean? Like, I'm never going to down anyone for their mental situations.
I said to PS before, why are we all dragging traumas? Why are we dragging traumas? Like, what the fuck?
Well, we
Something
shouldn't be.
needs to be going on. Traumas being dragged.
Is we wouldn't. People that are in mental health situations, if they honestly are and they honestly go through this fight every day, you don't have it in you to down another person.
No, we've got to stop. We've got to stop high-fiving people and cheering them on. For making mental health issues look like it's anything different than having a thyroid issue. You would take medicine for your thyroid issue. You would go see a doctor. There is nothing wrong with needing medication or therapy or having a mental health issue. People act like that's a negative thing. It's not a negative thing. It's not negative at all. And I would venture to say more of us than not, especially on this platform, have some sort of mental health issue, whether it be bipolar or depression or PTSD. I mean, we can go on and on and on. That is not something to shame people about. I would never walk into a chat and shame somebody because they had to take thyroid medicine. Would you shame somebody for having a thyroid issue? No.
Yes.
So we shouldn't be shaming.
Yes, I would.
Well, then
shame on you for having a thyroid issue.
Because I do.
I'm sorry. I just had to say something,
Yeah.
And, I admire people, who can be open and honest about it. I admire people who can talk about it.
A lot of people that get swayed into the YouTube situation, I think that they do have, some of them are, in mental health situations where they come here to get support. And I don't want to say we're all mental patients, but I'm saying like a lot of the mental health community maybe comes here, to have fun. People with anxiety don't like to go out, they come here.
Come to escape, don't you?
Yeah.
You come to get away from the real life BS.
Sissy, I'm going to shame you for all three of those. See, now you've told me, and now I'm going to triple shame you. I'm sorry. I'll go ahead.
Let's have a shame fest. Let's do it.
Look at all the people in the chat with thyroid issues. Shame, shame,
I know.
shame, shame,
How
shame.
dare you lose and gain weight at any given time?
How can you show your face around here?
I know, right?
Something you guys were talking about. I didn't want to interrupt you at the time, but when you were talking about how, God, what were you talking about? Something about how you know a lot about narcissism, you and Sonia and all that. Even with all the degrees I have, the thing is, when you're getting an education in psychology, psychology is a vast, vast pit.
That's what I was starting to say. Yeah, you learn general, kind of.
Yes, even at the master's level, you know, I finished my master's. I'm trying to work towards my doctorate, but even at the master's level, I never really got more than a general overview of narcissism. Like,
You know, go on, sorry.
if you want to know about it, you're going to have to dig deeper than what your courses make you do. That's why they started specializations. And so I learned something new from PF and Sonia. Even though I'm a master's level at this time, I learned something from them about narcissism every time they speak, because I didn't specialize in narcissism. And you don't get more than just is the word I want, perfunctory introduction to these things.
Yes.
Just like I would love to know more about autism, but you know, a lot of stuff just is like, hey, this is what you need to know, because if you get licensed, you're going to need to know this, but you really have to do more work on your own.
See, a lot of the psychologists and psychiatrists over there have said to many of us over there, you know more than us when it comes to narcissism. You have lived with them and seen their every waking move, why they do this, why they have to do that, what they do after that, what the patterns are, right? Because when they're observing them to diagnose them, they're not getting what we got. We're living with them, or even observing them on here. They're not getting that same unnatural narcissist, are they? Because they're being evaluated. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
We lived with them for years. You get to know somebody. You get to know somebody's darkness very well when you live with them, don't you? I mean, you can believe some people are amazing, and behind closed doors, they're absolute monsters. It's night and day. So living with them, I mean, so they will say, you will know things that we don't know. I mean, there's been survivors over in the last, I don't know what, the last nearly decade. They've been writing books. You've got big famous books, Out of the Fog, stuff about CPTSD. Like they're having seminars. Like I said, there's a International Awareness Day. There's so many groundbreaking things that have taken place over there in that community, in the psychology field. The biggest amount of narcissism has been learned from all these survivors. Like I can't even tell you how many books have been published. Survivors have started channels. They're very successful, wrote their own books, you know, doing their own coaching courses, coming out of narcissistic abuse. It's a vast field, and every branch that you can think of, like about a narcissist, like say their sex life, or how they are in court, or how they're going to be with the children when you split up, or how they are if you've not done this or you've done that. Like there's a whole set theme for how they are, and you can't know that unless you live with them. You see it all unfold before your eyes, like the person you know turn into this monster. And
and once you see it, you can't unsee it, you know.
No, you can't. No, because I found all that completely by accident. I went looking for answers as to why is my family so fucked up. That's what I went looking for. I went to find out, and here I am, like 5-6 years later.
Well, Sonia, I did the same thing. You know, I started, you know, Googling and researching and learning, and all of a sudden, I had heard of narcissism before, but not, you know, anything compared to what I know. And then all of these things were happening to me. And then when I started researching into it, you know, it became quite frightening and scary quickly, because I was like, oh my God, like, who knew? And who knew there were so many different types of narcissists. And I mean, it's the most fascinating subject. But yeah, I came across it quite by accident. And then I was like a dog with a bone and I couldn't get enough of it. And so I just, for the last 3 years now, I guess, it's just been, submerged myself. And I am very proud to say that I not only picked myself up from a place that I never thought I would see myself in, and stood up stronger and better than ever. And now I have, multiple people in my real life that I am, leading down a path to help them, find their way out of that trauma. And I'm
that's
very,
what happens over there. You pass it on, because like I'd be over there in the comment sections and there'd be like newbies coming over, or like in a little community, or they'd be like 60, 70-year-old women. And I used to be like really upset that I only came to know, or to go no contact and, try and do things in a healthy way at 38 years old. So I was already like pissed that 40 years, practically 4 decades, my whole life's been a lie. But over there in the comment sections, you'd be getting like 60, 70-year-old women, right? Like writing these comments about, I never knew what was wrong with my mum. I always thought it was me. And I always like wondered why she hated me and why she always treated me so horribly. And I'm like 67, 70 years old. And I didn't know all of this stuff. And, like breaking down and, so upset, but then so thankful. And then there'd be newbies coming over that I'm with my boyfriend, but I don't know if he's a narcissist. And he does this, and this. And I don't know. Like it's an amazing community, and that what I was touching on before about saying like a narcissist in sex, or a narcissist in court, or how a narcissist is through a divorce and things like that. Like just one element of that like fills up books, videos, comment sections, like huge seminars, repeated seminars. Like it's so vast. Isn't it, Pierre?
Oh, it is.
Every single like how they are when you first meet, and like that's a whole vast subject that runs off into all different things, like their makeup, how their minds work, and what they feel, what they don't feel. It gets you so fascinated, you cannot stop. It's like you don't believe that world exists, that there's people like that. You just, even if you've lived with one, it's surreal, isn't it, Pierre? You cannot believe people exist, because they are so fucked up, so calculated, so cunning, and you would not see it coming. That's the most insane.
And if you've ever been, if you've ever been in an intimate relationship with somebody that's like this, and then you come across this information, I see others in the chat saying they had the same experience. Then, and just like what Sonia just said, it makes you stop and go back and trace back your own family history. And then you can see the cycle of narcissism within your own family. And I have been able to track it back, to, my great grandparents on both sides, pick out family members who had highly narcissistic traits, and to see the level of trauma and abuse that a lot of these generations have gone through.
And generational, and my family's the same. My great grandparents were abusive. My grandparents were covertly abusive, and then obviously my parents were abusive. And then now, like the cycle ends with me and my siblings. So, like, which one's going to break the chains? And it's not just a case of saying, "Oh, I'm not going to be like them." Like the changes that you have to make to yourself, and the pain that you have to go through processing it all is just like hell on earth.
And I think that, I'm super proud because, I think every parent wants their children's generation or their children to be, have more than they did, do better than they did, right? We all want that when we have kids. And, but I think that, by what happened to me and me going in and researching, I'm the matriarch of my family, I'm the only one left. And so, I have made it a mission, and we're all working on it very hard to make sure that the next generation, my kids, my nieces and nephews, children, that we cut this off. It does not go into another generation. We have to lead the charge on that. Yeah. And we're super proud of, my children, my nieces and nephews, all of them, they're all on board with it, as well. I'm going to, can I address Glama in the chat?
I was just going to say, I have 2 questions. Glama's is one, but someone else also wanted to know, what kind of narcissist was it that you said last night when you were speaking about Diane?
I said sociopathic,
Well,
malignant,
there's another word for it. One of the categories.
malignant.
Malignant. Yes, that's it.
But she doesn't. But malignant just means, like, narcissist is a permanent disorder. So they both mean the same thing, really. Malignant,
Yes.
for narcissist.
There's
It's like
like malignant.
She didn't need to say it,
vulnerable
but that's the proper name, like, kind of.
Okay.
Hey, could I jump in real quick?
Stellar,
Yeah.
go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, my dog is staring at me from outside the door. Like, when are you going to cook me dinner, Stellar? We didn't call me Stellar, but she calls me Joe. Just one real quick thing, and then I'm going to jump down. But and fascinating conversation. The world probably has a lot of need for diagnosticians and whether narcissism and what forms of it and who has it. But we have very few healers. And I wanted to say something about Aretha Franklin. Remember her song RESPECT?
Absolutely.
Yeah, right. Respect.
Yeah.
RC Arts, he said this on side chat. That's what jarred it in me. RC Arts said, respect is what's missing. And I agree. I think that a lack of respect and a lack of honesty are the two major qualities that we don't see in YouTuber or social media people.
Too much hubris, not enough humility.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Too many people who are tall in height and short on character. Yeah. Hey, but I did want to say, I'm going to say something about serendipity. And the reason why I want to talk about her is because we often end up, I'm not saying on this panel, but oftentimes around our circles in the drama community, we hear people getting torn down. I want to say something about building someone up. And it's known in the field of psychology, and you can Google this. Appreciative inquiry. Serendipity was someone who made a comment after watching one of Randy's streams where I was dragged and said something uncharitable. And then later she watched my stream and she came back and said, look, I'm sorry. And I was almost at a point of crying. And I said, Sarah, we're good. I want to say that
doesn't happen often. That does not happen.
No, it doesn't
often.
happen. But let me say, I think that is the poster child. And believe me, she's not perfect. I'm not perfect, and none of you are perfect. But and people ask me, what side am I'm on? I'm not on Diane's side. I'm not on Laura's side. And Jaynie, I'm not on your side. You know what side I'm on? Transparency. I'm on the side of let's get at the truth. And the reason why I'm sitting in this chat is because I think this chat is closest to it right now. And I'm nobody special, but I do believe that we have to discover honesty again and humility. It takes you.
My own behavior is enough of a problem. But yes, I do need to correct a lot about myself. Definitely.
It went down the wrong way, but I want to say humility.
He's choking and I'm talking.
Absolutely. It's absolutely necessary to discover the truth. And serendipity found that. So thank you for having me
that around here.
That's good to hear, Stellar. It really is.
Good to be here with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts.
Always a pleasure, Stellar.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Take care, Stella.
Ladies, I'm going to leave this to you for like 5 minutes. I'm having a blood sugar issue. I need to run and get something to eat real quick.
Go for it, Jaynie.
Okay, so you're in control. You got it.
All right. Jesus.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
What do y'all want to do while she's gone? I'm kidding.
No, I don't know.
There was another
about what he ended on, but now I forgot.
Well, Sonia, there was another thing in the chat. Somebody was talking about generational. There was a study that they did, and it was on generational trauma. And they did a study on the people who had lived through Nazi Germany, right? And they did a study on their ancestors and actually found,
You told me this.
I did. And they did,
carry on because I can't see the comment.
They did a study, and they figured out that generational trauma can be inherited, and you can actually it changes your DNA, and so it's a fascinating, a truly fascinating study. I would highly encourage anybody who's interested to go and type in generational trauma, and look that up, and it's truly fascinating. I'm getting ahead of myself while I'm trying to talk and say it too fast. But I get you. Yes, you can.
It's like that. Those sayings about children being resilient, right?
Right.
Yeah, they are, right, in theory, right? You might look at them and think, oh, you know what? Mum and dad are arguing right next to him. We're just screaming and shouting, going nuts. He stormed off. She smashed a plate, and now she's, in a mood. And the kid's there, but the kid's just playing with the, carrying on playing with the toys, the dolls or whatever. So, yeah, you look at the kid and think they're resilient, but they're not. There's a lot of stuff going on inside.
Oh, Mary, I'll have to go look for that. Mary said she thinks she watched a documentary on it on YouTube. It's really, really honestly fascinating. And there is a way, you can create new neural pathways in your brain to redirect, or I guess almost, kind of heal that generational trauma. There's probably a much more elite or better way of saying that, but you get my point.
Yeah. Because only two things need to exist to spoil a child, and that is a lack of affection and copious criticism. That's it. Rejection in childhood leads to narcissism in adulthood. So all these things that we're, believing that, oh yeah, our kids are resilient. No, we don't need to talk to them about that, or comfort them after this happened, or clear that up, make sure they understand, or apologize to them if we've been grumpy or whatever. You don't even realize what constitutes or can constitute as a trauma to a child. You don't. And if you've got parents like how I had, that were even my friends, back in my 20s, loads of my behavior was narcissistic, especially. I would give people the silent treatment, and so you're carrying on this abusive behavior without even realizing. That's what I'm saying, and all that helps that generational trauma continue, doesn't it? Because you're carrying on the cycle and passing on those poor behaviors and them abusive traits to the ones around you. Because that's where I picked it up from, my family. That's where you pick it up from.
See, Sassy said, that's her field. She's very knowledgeable in that. And she was talking to me. And I meant to message you the other day, Sassy, and then I got distracted and I forgot about you, her, and I doing, and Jaynie, possibly if she wants to, or anybody else who wants to do a panel to discuss just that. And, kind of an informational panel, Sonia, if you're interested at all.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, Miss Audrey.
Where's MJ gone? Is she hopped off as well?
I'm reading chat. I'm here.
Are you?
I don't know much about that topic, so I'm just reading. I'm listening and reading chat. I'm learning.
Well, so, I just, I find it funny that, like I said, I was talking about it a few minutes ago when we first started this part of the discussion, that, they want to take something that is very near and dear to Sonia and I's heart, that we feel very passionately about, and try to humiliate or shame or degrade us with it. And I just find that to be really appalling and disgusting that you would do that. I wouldn't shame you for, the things that you choose to be interested in or to study. And I'm simply trying to better myself, better anybody else who wants to learn about it, and better, like I said, my nieces and nephews, my own children and future generations. And so I think it's kind of sad that you would pick that because that's what's closest and nearest and dearest to Sonia and I's heart around here. But you're entitled to your opinion.
What they don't know is I've lived with worse, okay? A few crappy comments about calling me crazy. Yeah. Trust and believe, I've a bigger and badder monster in my own real life.
Right. Well, yeah, I was going to say I've had worse said by better, so I'm good. Go ahead, MJ.
Yeah. For them to act like, for them to say, oh, they think they're so smart. They think they're better than people. No, they know what they're saying. That there's a difference. They know what they're saying.
They can go and Google anytime they like whatever I'm saying and correct it or debate it. In my community, it's normal for people to have rational debates in comment sections, argue points. No, it can't be that because of this, and it shouldn't be that because of that, and you've put that in the wrong. That goes on over there. I learned a lot being critiqued to hell by them when I first found them. All right, tore me to shreds. Learned a lot. So they can go and research and argue and debate themselves, but come prepared. Don't just be throwing out things saying I'm crazy because I talk about narcissism. What?
Yeah, and it could be any subject, just like I was saying earlier, like ever evolving. If you hit a certain age, like say you hit 40 and you decide I've learned enough in my life, well, that's stupid on you. You know, you have to continue to
You're right.
educate yourself, because there's always new studies, there's new ways to, you know, I heard or didn't hear, but I saw Conklin in the chat talking about coping mechanisms. I know that's a huge thing in my everyday life. I have to learn coping mechanisms to deal with my
The
situations. Or
CBT and DBT should be taught in high school.
If I didn't know coping mechanisms, I'd be popping pills all day. You know what I mean?
They should be taught, that CBT and DBT should be taught in high school, because a lot of us at home with parents, you know, depending what your parents are like, they don't teach you coping mechanisms. You're crying. What you crying for? Shut up. Right. So that's not a coping mechanism.
I take a refresher DBT class at least every 2 years, and it's not because it's mandatory. My therapists don't make me take it. I do it because it's ever evolving. Things change in that class.
You don't find you can share it with your kids and other people that you know as well, to help them. Yeah, me too.
They get new research, new things to learn. Like, if you're not teaching yourself for the rest of your life, you're robbing yourself of being a better person. And I don't understand why that's wrong.
I'm with you. It's a lifelong journey of self-evolution, the evolution of self.
Yeah,
absolutely. And that Jaynie's post, that's what Jaynie's post made me think of, because that's what it was, talking about peeling back the layers and finding out who you really are behind your trauma and your pain and stuff like that.
Like, imagine, just for instance, before I was diagnosed, like, you really, and for anybody in the chat that is like bipolar or whatever, before you get diagnosed, you really are in a mind frame of thinking that you're crazy. You get suicidal thoughts. You think, this is never going to get better. Why am I acting this way? You almost, it's like you're having an outer body experience. You can watch yourself acting that way, but you can't stop yourself. You're like, why am I being such a bitch right now? But you can't.
Two types, MJ. Two types of bipolar. Bipolar 1 and bipolar 2. Is that right?
Yes. One is a little more intense.
Yeah, two, I think my ex, he had that type, that one. Yeah, with the hallucinations and stuff, was it?
Yeah, I'm 2. I'm not 1. I'm 2. And you know, and then you get on these medications, and it takes a long time to get a correct combination of medications. Is that that's called,
oh my god.
And then once you get balanced out, you think, oh, okay, this is great. And then that medication wears off, and you start going through that again. And it's almost like I said, you watch yourself. And Shell's been through this with me over the years, and I'll say, I don't know, something's not right. And she'll be like, call your doctor right now. And because I'll feel like I'm out of control. Like, I can't control my moods. I can't control my attitude, but I don't get manic in a crazy out of control manic. I have manic sleep episodes, which is a thing. It is called manic when you have episodes of insomnia or sleeping for days. That's considered a bipolar manic episode. I don't have the manic what the average uneducated bipolar person would think of me going out and busting out my husband's windows or something. That's not what my manic episodes consist of. Now, back before I got it under control, absolutely. That's the shit I would do. But
is it the bipolar though, or could it have been hormonal? Does the bipolar cause you to do that?
Could have been. I don't know.
Dot wants to know how old you were when you got diagnosed, MJ.
Diagnosed probably about 28, 28. I was older. I was older.
And how long were you having symptoms for?
Probably early 20s.
Wow.
It wasn't.
That's a long
No,
time.
I had the depression, anxiety from a young age, probably my teenage years. But I didn't get the really bad bipolar symptoms until I was like after I had kids.
I don't know much. I don't know too much about bipolar.
You know, MJ, my oldest sister was bipolar, and she would get on her medication and she would start feeling better. And then her brain would trick her into thinking that she was fine. And so she would stop taking the medicine. And it was, I would describe it, right? And so it was this vicious cycle, but I would describe it much like a roller coaster. You know, you remember, go on a roller coaster ride and you're on that tick, 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 tick as it's going up, right? And then we could all see when she got to the top, and she would literally, you know how the roller coaster kind of teeters there for a second before it plunges. And so we could always tell when she had hit that plateau before it was about to go down and
some
crash
of the
again.
Some of the mania episodes I've read about are really
and it was
bad,
heartbreaking. It was absolutely heartbreaking to watch her. And, you could tell her, come on, you got to stay on your medicine. But, damned if, she struggled with it her whole life. It just,
Midwestern Mary made, you make a good point. There are times that we get medicated where you almost can't feel. You're so in this I don't know, you're like a middle line where you can't feel happy, but you can't feel sad, you can't cry, you can't laugh, you can't do anything. You're so
like emotional numbness.
Yeah, you're just too stable. You can't feel anything. And then you have to go through this like I'm just blah, numb. And then you have to
relate to them feelings. I can relate to them.
Yeah. And then you have to kind of adjust your medicine to where, okay, or you have to make the decision. Do I want to feel numb, or do I want to take a chance on changing my medicine where I might go crazy again?
And this.
There's so much we don't know for mental health. I'm telling you, there's just so much we don't know.
Yeah. I think, one of the greatest things that I learned to do after I started studying about narcissistic abuse was learning, some self-care techniques. And one of them that I have found that works for me, and this place can be very triggering to a lot of people who aren't healed, still struggling, to deal with that trauma, or it brings up past trauma, right? So what I have found that helps me the most is when something hits me, not necessarily on here, but just in life in general, I give myself 5 or 10 minutes to sit in that emotion. And I literally mean that long to be pissed, upset, whatever. I give myself just a brief few minutes to sit there. And then I find something. For me, it's music. And so I turn on music that I know is going to put me in a good mood and shift my my thinking elsewhere. I know that sounds very simple and so simplistic, but it truly, honestly has worked and helped
Changes
me.
your world. It does.
Amazing.
Taking mental discipline, it does. Practicing mindfulness. You don't realize that you're not mindful until you practice being mindful. Right, Jaynie? Are you being mindful now? Are you back? Is she back?
Wilhelmina Dutch, you absolutely are welcome. I don't know if we're not really reading the chat like we should. I'm sorry you don't feel like that. You absolutely can talk.
I can't see it.
Yes, I am actually. I've been sitting here the whole time, but I had to eat something, and I don't like to eat while I'm talking.
No worries.
Oh, no, Wilhelmina, I hate that you feel that way. I'm sorry. We got so enthralled and distracted. I'm having a hard time reading the chat and talking at the same time and remembering what I'm trying to say. Oh, please don't go.
Matter of fact, guys, I'm going to go eat myself. That sounded weird. I'm going to go and have dinner. And but I am going to be in chat. But thank you for having me, and I will be in chat. But I will talk to you guys later. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
but,
MJ.
Yes, you guys have a good night. Thank you.
You too. Hugs, MJ.
See you, MJ. Bye bye.
As much as I
Bye-bye.
love your art, could I get you to change your avatar? Because right now it's making me seasick.
I sure can.
Thank you so much.
Hey, Conklin. I've been seeing your art.
Thank you.
The squirrels.
Oh,
It's
the
fascinating to me. I love it.
Yeah, I
So-
love his art very much, and that's why I feel bad asking him to change it. But I'm I just had to eat something because my blood sugar was low, so I was dizzy already, and now I'm like, oh, I feel like I'm on a boat.
I'm gonna make you seasick.
Yeah, but I love your artwork.
Thank you all very much.
For
Can
any
I
other
go back to?
reason, I'll ask you.
Can I go back to 39 minutes and 27 seconds ago, where you guys were talking about how you first started researching this, why you first started researching this?
Please, that's one of the
Sure.
reasons why I hope that you were going to take the link because of the stuff I saw you say in chat. So please, absolutely, go.
Yeah, mine was, I had already been doing it on my own, but I got into a relationship with somebody who turned out to be an abusive person. And I wanted to understand how to help them. I wanted to understand, what was going on, what was causing this, why were they like this? But, eventually I found out that there wasn't a thing I could do.
Yeah. It's so sad, that part, that bit.
It is. And that's hard because I have empathy for that person because their life is just totally wasted. They're always going to be like that.
Yeah, like robots just on a continuum, repeating with each new person that comes along. Idealize or whatever, devalue, discard, hoover, idealize, devalue, discard, hoover. There's no consciousness. They have no consciousness. Total delusion. They live in a delusion.
Exactly. It's a fantasy world where everything's either good or evil. There's no in between.
And we come into their world. When we interact with them, we come into their world. It's not. They're not aware of anything that we have, care about, love. It's irrelevant.
Yeah. I mean, it's sad. I don't hate this person, but I don't want to be anywhere near them.
I'm glad you don't.
And what I don't think a lot of people understand is if you're in a relationship with somebody who's highly narcissistic, you are like an object to them. Okay. You're not, you're not
I
a person.
talked about a charger, PF, about a charger. I described you are like a charger to the narcissist, literally. Yeah.
And when it wears out and they get tired of it, they will throw it away and they will go get a new one. And it's a cycle that just continues to repeat over and over and over. And so what you have to do is learn to understand that whatever they were doing to you didn't have shit all to do with you, because they're going to do it to the next person and to the next person and to the next person. And it's very hard to take yourself out of your emotional thinking and rationalize and realize I didn't cause this. They're not abusing me because something is wrong with me. They're going to do this. They've done it to the person before me, and they will continue to do it again to the person after me. It doesn't have shit all to do with you or who you are.
And think how many videos and how much reading you have to do just to come to that simple fact. You can't just tell someone in a conversation like now. I couldn't just look at someone in the chat and say, that person that you're really good friends with is a narcissist. This is what they do. And expect that person to stay away from them. You don't, do you? You have to keep hearing it. You have to see it for yourself. You have to come to terms with it in your own time, because you just don't believe that those types of people exist. It's like you don't want to believe it.
And it's almost like they have a handbook, Conklin. I went in, I have in a lot of private closed groups. And if you go in and you read the post and in the comment sections of these places, when I first stumbled across them, I thought, holy shit, it's like somebody has been stalking me and had a camera and was watching me in my own home, because you see so many people telling the exact same story. It's like it's all memorized. A narcissistic, handbook that's out there, and it's the same repeated pattern, the same behaviors, the same love bombing, devaluation, discard, hoover, just like Sonia was talking about, and it's the freakiest experience. Anyway.
Oh, yeah. When I first came across the wheel of abuse, I was just floored. I'm like, no way. Yeah. Oh, I mean, this is my life.
I know.
Yeah.
I guess I'm sure you're familiar with it.
Well, and like
Start-
Audrey said in the chat, you have to stay 5 steps ahead the whole time. And you do, because I'm telling you, it doesn't matter. And a lot of people think, oh, I'm finally free because they found somebody else. They're going to move on. Absolutely not. Once you belong to them, you always belong to them in their mind. And it doesn't matter how many people they cheat on you with. It doesn't matter if they find a new relationship. None of that matters, because you still were, you know, a property, like a possession to them. And they will continue to low-key stalk you, find ways to harass you, make new accounts to follow around, see what you're doing, you know, just small little ways to fuck with you. So I'll give you an example. I just moved into a new house a couple of months ago, and Valentine's Day came around. There's very few people that have my address, okay? And I went out to check the mail one day, and I opened up the box, and there was a blank Valentine's card with nothing written on the inside, no signature, no nothing. Inside a blank envelope, had no postmark, no writing on it, nothing. It was just, and I'm telling you, and people are like, oh my gosh, you're reading too much into that. No, I don't think so. I don't know anybody in this neighborhood, and hardly anybody has my address or knows where I live. I know who was behind it, and I know how it got there. And it's little things like that they do to try to fuck with you. You know, like, I'm still here, and I want you to know that I'm still here.
Oh yeah.
And it's something you probably have to go to for the rest of your life. Yeah,
Like,
Mary.
when you make the decision to go no contact, it is for the rest of your life. Yeah, for the rest of your life. It doesn't just mean you just get to say, you know, bye and they've gone. No, they've never gone.
Sassy Cat's having trouble with her mic. Is anybody using their phone or know how to adjust your mic setting on your phone?
I don't.
No.
Yeah, I don't either. All I know is you have to unmute yourself, but I don't know how that works on the phone.
Oh, it's not showing she's muted on my side.
Let me check it.
No, I don't see her muted.
Let me make sure that I can't do it from here.
Yeah, she's been typing over here in the panel side chat.
Oh, I can't see it.
I see you muted and then unmuted and then muted and then unmuted. So now you're unmuted.
She says, I have
Did she do the
gear.
permission?
She says, I have that gear. I looked and it says speakerphone. I don't know what that means.
Me neither. I couldn't even get up. So I had to reset my whole password just to get in.
Yeah, that feeling of permanent ownership. I
know.
It's been several years now, and I still get texts. I get pictures of her latest conquest.
No way.
Oh yeah.
I still get contacted over 10 years ago, definitely. And then I was getting contacted the other week by family members. They don't stop. You don't get to just walk away.
No, never.
Even though they don't want you, you can't walk away. I mean, yeah, how can you even argue with that? What? Like, I mean, I just want to like clonk them over the top of the head. Like, what?
Well, I get little social media posts that are supposed to, I guess, be triggering to me. The person that I had that was in my life wasn't a regular social media poster, and so on special days, with the way the caption is written and what is being posted, it's aimed at me as almost like I'm supposed to just be all upset and sad about it. And I've gotten to the point in my healing that I just roll my eyes and laugh and think, man, like, move on. Get over it.
Still hyper focused on what you're doing.
Yeah. Very much
different. It's different too from a male perspective, because every male I've talked to said, well, just take her out behind the woodshed. That's what she needs. No.
Mr. Positive would like to know if women are just as bad, I guess, with narcissism. Is it predominantly male, or is it?
I've read them say predominantly male, and then back in 2017 they were saying 49% women and 51% men, right? But listen, the amount of time I've been over there in those comment sections and interacting with people, and the amount of people that have told me about their narcissistic mothers, right?
Yeah.
I beg to differ with that. It's more men. it's the mothers. I think it's the women. I do.
I think the reason why the numbers are off possibly is because I think that there's a lot more women who feel comfortable about coming out and talking, at least in these private groups, right? They're closed groups. They feel more comfortable coming out and talking to other people about it. And we have trained men, unfortunately, to hold it inside and, not show any kind of fear or sadness or loneliness or whatever. So there's a lot of men that don't feel comfortable speaking up about it. And I genuinely believe that's why the statistics are off.
Yes, yeah, this is very uncomfortable for me.
For sure. There's so many men like over there, new men and men that have been there like a long time that started channels and whatnot. And for me, how I understand them, the female narcissist is worse than the male because she is more emotional. She's got all the emotions.
For sure.
So she's not just got the calculation and the sinister and all of that. You've got them freaking emotions, haven't you? Volatile and whatever.
Mr. Positive, absolutely.
From the hormones, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
So men do go through it extremely bad, definitely.
Well, and the thing that's always gotten to me too is an abuser will often claim to be the victim.
Yeah. The second you call someone a narcissist is the second that they take your story and they're telling everybody it's you that's the narcissist and it's you that's the abuser.
Well, and then that's always given me fear because typically it's understood that males are the narcissist, males are the abusive ones, blah, blah, blah.
I don't believe that, no,
I don't either. Not any.
But as well, women set men up. It's kind of a lot easier for women to set men up. Like to start a fight, call the police, say you've hurt them. And, I've known stories from men of them being locked up for that.
Oh, yeah.
She's been set up.
Yeah, she had threatened to hurt herself before and call the police.
Yeah. Smack themselves in the faces.
Yes.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
She was going to hit herself in the face with a kitchen cabinet door.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, this is not, yeah.
And they carry it through. That's the thing. They'll do it and they'll carry it through. Watch that man be handcuffed, taken away, charged, and dealt with. What the hell?
Do you all find it difficult not to have some small amount of empathy for your abusers?
I have empathy for the child that they were and what they went through to get to what they are, but I don't have none at all. Fuck no. The boundaryless sexual aspect, how they are with animals, no. For me, no.
I tried to love this person through it. I tried to think, if I just fix me, if I can just adjust me, if I can do enough to make this person happy, if I can show them that they are worthy of love. We're all broken, right? There's a really great quote out there by what is it? What's his name? It's just, we're all broken. That's how the light gets in, right? Ernest Hemingway. And so I thought, we're all broken. It's okay. And I can love us enough for both of us, right? And this person they'll wake up and they'll see that they too are worth loving. And you can't, you can't fix them. You can't love them enough. And I literally a couple of years ago, if I hadn't gotten out, I would not be sitting here having this conversation. In those last couple of years, I was so sick and, probably damn near death. And then again, throughout the process of getting away from this person, again, went into the hospital. And I was told that if I hadn't gotten there when I did, I would have been dead by the next morning. I couldn't eat. I couldn't sleep. I was sick all the time. And I had gotten down to 102 pounds.
The very thing that you're loving is the thing that's making you sick. They're poison, absolute poison. They will destroy. They don't just destroy you. They destroy you. They destroy your soul. That's what they do.
Yeah. So the effects of the mental abuse often come out in physical symptoms.
So PF, you actually answered another question I had was that person triggered the white knight in you, thinking that you could save them.
Yep.
Yeah, the damsel in distress act.
Yes, yeah. I didn't know. Yeah. I didn't know if that worked both ways on both sexes, if they both played that.
Absolutely.
The guys are a bit more. They play a bit more hero. Do you not think? PF. They like to swoop in. I know mine swooped in.
Yeah, and then I remember begging, begging, pleading, and because I expected him to come swoop in and save me. And I can't tell you how many times I verbalized that, during the process of us, splitting, and saying, I've known the whole time that you were never going to come in and save me the way that I felt that I had tried to come in and save him. And I would just sit there with a blank look on his face, no reaction, no emotion, nothing, just a blank, hollow stare, until finally it clicked one day. And I looked at him. I said, I think you're quite enjoying this. I think you quite enjoy these conversations of hours and hours and hours of me begging you, please explain, please talk to me, please give me closure, please come save me, waiting for that knock on the door. That never came. And so that's where I learned that my closure was not in anything that he could possibly admit to, or tell me, or say to me, or save me. My closure came in the way that he had treated me the entire time we had been together, and very much so at the end there. And when his mask came off, holy shit, I have never been so terrified in my entire life. And to think that that was the person I had laid next to for years and years and years and years. And it's quite frightening when you really think about it and wrap your brain around it. I mean, we're talking like, sociopathic level, scary,
Oh yeah, I still wake up in the middle of the night expecting someone to come down the hall with a knife in their hand.
Yeah, I still sleep behind a locked door. I wake up in the middle of the night, I feel like I can hear him talking in the other room, and it wakes me up out of a dead sleep, and I'm just sweating and shaking and trembling, and it takes me a minute in the middle of the night in the dark to realize you're okay, you're safe, you're here, everything's okay. And it doesn't happen quite as often as it used to. Huh?
There's your CPTSD kicking in, isn't it? It's all trauma. It's horrendous. It is horrendous. It's horrendous. Yeah. And that's why they need awareness. There needs to be more awareness, I think.
And you have to also understand that even if you've got them on no contact and you're strictly holding those boundaries, it's not a lot of fuel, but they still get fuel sitting back thinking, okay, I'll give you a couple examples. Say they sent you an email and you've got it blocked and it just immediately goes to your spam folder. Or say that they post a picture with their new supply on social media, whatever it may be, right? They can't actually see your reaction, but don't ever hesitate for a second to not know fully that they're getting some kind of sick pleasure as they're doing that. And once they hit that send button or that post button, they're sitting back and they're kind of like this thought in their head, like, I know she's going to see this. And they know it's going to trigger you, So even if they can't see your live reaction to it, they're still getting a teeny tiny little bit of energy or fuel from just thinking about it.
I posted about it in a post, explained how it works. You mirror back their existence, and that's the method. They receive confirmation and a clear message. If you're reacting to them, they're powerful, they're superior, because they can get you to do that and come out of your calm state. They love it. They love it.
Sweet crow's feet. Thank you so much. You know what? The day that we split, to answer Conklin's question and your comment in the chat, I did pity him, feel sorry for him for what happened to him in his childhood. I agree with Sonia. I don't have any bit of empathy or sympathy for who and what he became. And the day that we split, once I got to a certain part of my healing, I literally had this light bulb moment go off where I said, you know what? He did me the greatest favor ever, because not only us splitting up, right? It's what saved me. It's what got me on a path to becoming mentally, physically, emotionally better. But it also set me and my entire family that's left. I'm, in charge of not only, my kids, but nieces and nephews and godchildren and things like that. And it pushed me into learning all about this so that I can help stop the generational trauma from continuing on in my family. So for that, I will forever be grateful to him for that, always.
I'm trying to get Sassy my phone number so that she can call me, and I'll put her here by my microphone, and you guys can then talk that way.
Okay.
You can speak to Jaynie.
Oh, I know.
Think Jaynie Deacon.
Yeah, I was eating something to get my blood sugar back up. I am starting to feel a little bit better, thank goodness. So
Well, good. Well, now it's only been a few years in my mind, less than that. But as far as future relationships, for me, I feel like I've, for the time being, been broken. That I wouldn't want to drag what I have on me, in me, into another relationship.
Oh, Conklin.
well, and that's one thing that that these type of people do is they ruin good people for the rest of the world.
They do.
They cause people trust issues, and people think, it's just not worth it to try and have another relationship.
I do know, Conklin, I have heard from lots of people, and even myself with my own relationships, I did get to a great place of healing that. It's the family aspect I'm having issues with, the familial ties, like they're my blood, right? But relationship wise, I think I was telling PF once, yeah, 6 or 7, it took me 6 or 7 years, but I was right as rain. I went back to college, studied, did some courses, started socializing, working better, getting a better job, going to the gym, like things got good. So you do get through that healing. I do have faith you'll get there. Definitely. You will do.
One of the greatest things I ever learned, Conklin, was I wanted to stop going to a lot of the places that we had been to before, places that we enjoyed, socializing at, eating at, hanging out at. And I was like, oh, I can't, I'm just going to stop going to those places altogether, right? Because I don't want to trigger any of those memories, until somebody taught me this. And I thought, what a great thing. She was like, no, she's single, I'm single. We've known each other our whole lives. We grew up a block away from each other. And she was like, you know what we need to do? We need to start going back to all of those places. Dr. Koala!
Oh my God.
I love you.
Is she in the chat? Oh.
Yes.
Hey, Dr. Koala.
And so go back to those same places and make new happy memories there to replace the negative ones. And I started doing that, and I was like, holy crap, another really simple thing, but it really helped.
Yeah. It is slow going, and I think the longer the relationship, sometimes the longer the healing takes as well.
Yeah. That's my children were with my first marriage, which was 24 years. This one was, married 10 years, together probably 7, 6. If you count the time that she wasn't home, probably 2 years altogether.
Wow. I'm reading everybody's, comments in the side chat too. And, Mary has been through a lot of this, and, Miss Audrey, Sarah, I was seeing what you were saying up there. So many people that have been affected by this, so many more than what we realize,
Really? Oh my God.
Yeah.
And I have never met a person like this before in my life. I mean, I've met mean people that, I guess we're acquaintances, so I really didn't know their personal lives. Maybe they were narcissists too, but as far as one-on-one interaction.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Sassy, if that is you trying to call me, my phone silences any call that's not in my contacts. So if that is you trying to call me, could you text me first so I can add you to my contacts? Just text me that says, this is Sassy, and then I'll add you to my contacts, and then your phone will ring through, or your call will ring through. I've had to put a lot of funky things on my phone to keep people from harassing me.
Do you know what I did, Conklin? I started adding to my pile of joy, right? I got it from somewhere. I don't know if it was a quote or somebody said it, and it was something about start adding to your pile of joy, right? So a little thing each day that brings you joy. Okay, so buying some flowers, planting some flowers, going on a walk, bubble bath, painting, getting your nails done, whatever. Just start with something small and add to your pile. Keep adding to that pile of joy, and it does help to, like, I don't know, like to self-regulate a bit and lift you up, because it just leaves you so depressed, and you're because of the trauma bonds, the chemistry in your brain is just so fucked up and down and low, and it's awful.
Yeah, that's
that helped me add into my pile of joy anyway.
Yeah, that's kind of the direction I'm going. You know, I'm feeling like I need to get back to being myself, doing the things that I enjoy, being comfortable with myself, being, you know, able to love myself, take care of myself. Now, I don't know about getting my nails done. That'd be different. But
well, toenail.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of the direction I'm going. Yeah.
Here's another thing.
It's not a race either. It's not a race.
No.
It isn't.
Jaynie, do you mind if Dr. Koala comes up and just says hi for a minute?
No, that is fine. Sassy, call me now. You're in my contacts.
Oh my God.
Do you need me to drop the link again, or do you have it?
I don't know if she can see it or not. You probably need to drop it again, Jaynie, if you don't mind.
Let me go ahead and drop it.
But you know what I did also, Conklin, is I made a rule for myself. It doesn't bring me peace, happiness, and joy. I don't let it in my front door. And by my front door, I don't just mean in my home, but I mean in my world. And so I just completely have, I don't allow, which is why I sometimes get ashamed by letting myself get angry and upset about the stuff that happens here in this community, because genuinely in my real life, I don't. If it doesn't bring me peace, joy, or happiness, it's not allowed in my world any longer. I just don't let it.
Yeah, if it doesn't add quality to your life, it's not worth having in your life.
Exactly. And I'm like, you know what? I feel like I'm on a marathon race right now, because I feel like I've wasted so much time that I'm like, you know what? Time's short. I've got things to do, places to go, people to see, things to experience, you know?
Okay. Let me let them know that you're on the phone here, and I'm going to put my phone up by the microphone so that they can hear you, okay?
Okay, and will I be able to hear them or not?
You should, because my speakers are there. Let me see if you can hear them.
Okay.
Can you hear us now?
Hey.
You guys.
Okay.
Yeah,
everyone can hear each other.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hello.
So I was listening to what you guys were saying, and yes, obviously there's something to be said about all of it, because, like you guys are saying, it's such an expansive topic. But female narcissists, it's hard to say narcissist for me, just because I like to say malignant narcissists, because there are narcissists out there who are self-serving, but they don't actively seek to harm other people. They're just very selfish.
Absolutely.
Give an opportunity where they can pick themselves over someone else, they will, but they're not trying to hurt others. It exists on a spectrum. The same way as autism, the same way as, so someone can be, we all are narcissistic. Being a healthy minded person is somewhat narcissistic. That's a good thing, because we should put ourselves first, and we take care of ourselves and things like that. We need to know how to prioritize ourselves. It becomes toxic the more that we prioritize ourselves and not think of anybody else ever. And then it goes to the point where there's the actively trying to set people up and take things from them and use them and things like that. It's a spectrum, a rainbow. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, Sassy, right? We all have a tiny bit in us, right? And that could be exhibited in an example of, if you're on Facebook, posting pictures of yourself on Facebook, or posting a picture of your family. And then it's a scale and it's a range, and it can go up from there. Hold on one second, Sassy. Dr. Koala, hello.
Hey.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see the stream, Sassy, but Dr. Koala's up on the panel now, too.
I can, but I think there's a delay. Hi, Dr. Koala. Good to see you.
Hey, good to see everybody. I miss everybody so much. I can only stay on for a bit. My day is just getting started. It's morning here. I think it's night for you guys, but I miss everybody. And just to discuss,
are you here to confirm that you're not the same person, Dr. Koala?
I was just
Yeah,
going
we're
to say
not.
that clearly there are plenty of people out there who are going to think Princess Fortunate is throwing her voice or something. Like,
Absolutely.
right now.
I'm running from one side of the room to the other and changing the tone and pitch of my voice so that I can make it seem like I'm two people.
Oh, for
Very
sure.
good.
It's awesome to
Yeah.
see you. You should pop in more.
I should. I really should. I miss everybody. I only came back because I heard of the Diane stuff, and initially I thought she was innocent, but I don't really want to comment on that because I haven't
No
really.
comment. No comment.
I haven't formed my feelings on it. There's so much. There's just too much, and I need time.
Oh, there's a lot.
Yeah,
It's a lot to
yeah.
process.
Well,
It is. It is. And there's a lot of pain in it.
I don't want to be up here like very long, but I do want to take the opportunity to put forward some tools that people can use who have been through any kind of abuse, really. Anyone who's feeling anxious, depression, PTSD, those kinds of symptoms. These tools work for all of those. I just wanted to touch on the fact that we start off with a very narcissistic brain. Children are very narcissistic. They're very selfish. They can lie. They can do all those things. We mature out of it. There's just a percentage of people who don't. They stay like 12 or 13 years old. Like they're perpetual children. And those are the people who actively seek to harm. Can you guys hear me or no?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so we have to understand that the narc brain, we're just dealing with a child. If you think of how a child thinks, that's exactly what they're thinking. They're just, obviously they don't think much outside themselves. They're just learning the world, right? So they're not considering other people necessarily. That's them their whole lives. They only consider you and how you can be a tool to help them. What they can get from you, how they can manipulate you. And sometimes, usually the person closest to them is their whipping post. So you are the tool that when they have to go out places and act nice, you will get the brunt of that because they don't like having to do that, but they can't take it out on the strangers and stuff because they need to be thought of very well. So when you get back to the house, you'll get a fight out of nowhere or something like that. But the way that they affect the brain is very, very akin to an addict. It's very akin to someone who's in perpetual pain. The same changes in the brain will be visible because pain is in the limbic system, in the center part of your brain. That's where your mammalian thoughts are. That's where it's very primitive. It's just emotion. Okay? So that's where they're stuck. And they stay there and they're happy there. But when we're in a very emotional place constantly and constantly reactive, it affects us differently. It becomes hard for us. So our whole thing in being mentally healthy is knowing that there's a bunch of things around us right now that help us stay in a state that is very vulnerable to narcissists, because we're in text messages where it's always next. Like I'm worried about the next thing. I'm thinking about the next thing. Put that together with the fact that anxiety is thinking about the future.
Yes.
So for those people who are feeling anxious constantly, well, you might think about a time when there was no phones, or when you're without your phone and you're just paying attention to the moment, like taking a walk, just being just away from something that's constantly prompting you to think about the next moment. You should be thinking about this moment. And there was a time, where that's all we did. That's how we evolved. We weren't always like, oh my gosh, I have to do the email after this, and then I have to go and get the kids, and then I have to. We didn't live like that. That's not how we evolved. So that's fairly recent to our brains. So that's hard. So if you think about depression, depression is living in the past. So trying to ruminate over things that have happened and think of a different outcome, or why did it happen that way, or what happened exactly, and constantly ruminating over situations that will never change, that will end up being depression.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
what happens is we have to solve those things for ourselves. So when you get stuck with let's say there's a memory that you're constantly visited by that just upsets you. It does nothing but upset you. It happened. It's over with. But every time you think of it, and you think of it often, it really does bother you. And you think of it often, you need to recognize when you're thinking of that thing, and then change your brain by switching subjects in your brain. Switch the way you think about that thing.
Yeah.
It translate to a different kind of memory that you're actually happy with or proud of. Switch that thought. It's almost like having a rubber band around your wrist, and you snap it and think of and redirect your thoughts. So that way, that memory coming back to it won't be that same pattern, because you just switched it in your brain. Now it takes a while.
Sassy, hold on. Sassy, 1 second. Dr. Koala, thank you so much for coming up here.
Hey, yeah, sorry, I don't want to interrupt
I'm
you.
sorry.
It's so good.
Oh, she's gonna jump down, Sassy. You don't have to
Yeah,
stop.
it's
I just wanted to say bye real quick.
Yeah. Bye, guys. I really miss everybody.
Dr.
Sorry,
Paul.
it's morning for me.
Bye, Dr.
Thank you.
Koala.
I really miss everybody.
Thank you for coming up, Dr.
Bye.
Koala. Have a great day.
I'll
Take
talk
care.
to you.
Jaynie, thank you for having me.
I'll
Bye.
talk to you tomorrow morning or tomorrow evening for you. So go ahead, Sassy. Sorry.
That's okay. I see what you said in the chat. It's a process of reparenting yourself. It really is.
Yeah.
And a lot of the things that make us very vulnerable to narcissists have to do with self-love, of not taking care of ourselves and not loving ourselves. It really does. So a lot of the people who are taken advantage of most with abusive narcissists are actually people pleasers. They're actually people who grew up wanting to be, or were told were awful and have wanted to be better, always wanted to be better, when they're not feeling like they're okay 100% themselves already.
Yes.
So there's a big shift there for a healthy brain, right? So if you grew up in a world where you were constantly told that wasn't good enough, you're not good enough, well, then you're going to run into a narcissist who love bombs you and tells you you are wonderful, you are good enough. It's going to be awesome. You buy in 100%, and now the flipping starts. They start ratcheting your expectations down. Where a good day before was they brought you flowers and you had this amazing day, pretty soon a good day is just not fighting.
Yes. Yeah.
So
It's the fear, Sassy, right, of hearing the garage door open, and that feeling coming in, that panicked feeling, those little triggers like that.
Yeah. And so there's different things. Like one of the people that I was helping, that I was talking to, I mentioned to her how the startle reflex is used. Okay, so the startle reflex is used in programming any kind of mammal. You can easily use it to program dogs, program dolphins, program, train them, so to speak, right? But it's programming. It really is like Pavlov's dogs. Instead of being training, where it's a cooperation thing, where you're asking the animal to do something and it's learning what you're asking, it becomes instead something that is a response, like an automatic response. Like there's no thought behind it.
Right.
So they do the same, narcs do the same thing by, you're in the kitchen and you don't even know they're behind you, and they slam their hand down on the counter.
Absolutely.
And startle you. Now
Sassy, it took a while. Sassy, it took a while before I learned that, because I noticed my whole life, I'm one of those that just jump. I mean, over the littlest of things. If you have the front door open and like the screen pops open a little bit and then just slams shut by accident, I'm that one that's just literally gonna, scream and jump out of my skin. And I thought, God, what's wrong with me? And then when I learned about all of this, and I learned about exactly what you're talking about, it all fell in line, kind of made sense.
Yeah, yeah. And so you start learning the tactics and you're like, oh my gosh, they used to always do that to me. Or, oh my gosh, whatever. So she told me that she was in this guest house somewhere on vacation and she was away from her soon-to-be ex-husband. And he knew that she was there. He had driven up and she didn't know. He came through the garage, and while she was in the kitchen, he came through the garage door and slammed the garage door out of nowhere. And she almost went out of her skin, obviously. And that's where that comes from. Now, when they do that, automatically your amygdala was just triggered because you just got startled. And it takes up to 8 hours for your brain to settle back down into the place where it was before that. And until then, you will be on alert, like your whole body will feel like it can't relax.
Yep.
So you're in a highly suggestive state, at that point. So there's a lot that goes into that kind of programming. We can also program ourselves away from that. So obviously, if their intention is to make us more reactive, and of course, if we have PTSD, CPTSD, which is PTSD but with aggravated symptoms, because it's on a day-to-day basis instead of a big trauma like a car accident or something, it's every single day over and over again. So it's compounded symptoms, right? So it still it's likened actually to mental death, which is what we see in concentration camps. It's an eroding of the soul. It's not something big, huge. It's this little chipping away little by little at your expectations, your wants, your needs, who you think you are, who you're trying to be. It takes away all of that. So we can rebuild that, though, by being with ourselves, honestly. So something like mindfulness, I know, Princess Fortunate, I know you know about mindfulness. Sonia, Jaynie, you guys know about mindfulness, too, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So mindfulness, practicing mindfulness for 10 to 15 minutes a day. And there's plenty of videos all over YouTube about what it is, how to do it. But practicing it 10 to 15 minutes a day starts creating more of a control of our thoughts. And that's the first thing that we need to do, is be aware of what those thoughts are. Then we can examine where they come from and if they're even real. Like, is that even a real thing? So you need a buffer to do that rather than a reaction. Because then we're choosing our action rather than reaction, right? So practicing that 10 to 15 minutes a day for about 2 weeks has been proven to reduce PTSD symptoms in soldiers up to 40% in 2 weeks. So it's an incredibly powerful tool, but you have to practice it. The truth is, you have to get up and make sure that you do it every day. And at first, it is hard because you're thinking about nothing. You're trying to let thoughts just float over you and not think, oh my gosh, after this, I have to make sure that I get this person going and I have to do this. You have to stop that, right? Mm-hmm. And it's hard because our thoughts, when we're in PTSD mode, our thoughts are a runaway train. That means a thought can happen and it takes you and you are in that memory and you are gone and it's there and it just happens. It happens like you didn't even know that was gonna happen. But mindfulness gives us that ability to see that and think, oh my gosh, I'm having this kind of reaction. I'm feeling this way. Maybe I need to just get out of this whole place or hang up and not have this conversation or whatever it is. Like, to recognize,
Yep.
So
it's almost like, go ahead, Conklin.
Something I taught myself while driving a truck to be able to stay awake driving at 3 o'clock in the morning. I used to build projects in my mind, and I've moved that into this, dealing with depression, dealing with racing thoughts about bad events that happened. I'll stop and I'll start concentrating on a project in my mind to eliminate and shove away those other thoughts. And works pretty well.
The redirect. It's like redirection.
Yes.
Yeah. I like to say, Conklin, rather than shoving them away, you're just putting them in a parking lot. Shoving them away kind of gives them a lot of power. Kind of like you couldn't examine them if you wanted to. Like there's something to be... Because at some point you do have to examine those thoughts. But what happens is once you get your brain to where you can think about something and then switch it, you can honestly examine those thoughts. Instead of, there'll be a lot of thoughts in that big jumble that you're pushing away that aren't even real. But you can't sort them out and put what's real and what was planted there and what was given to you, what's honest. You can't even sort them out without being a big ball that's just upsetting. Does that make sense?
Yes,
Absolutely.
it does. It does, because I have gone back and revisited some of those same thoughts now, years later, and been able to better deal with them. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Put them in a parking lot, let them sit and stew for a while.
Yeah, because they're there anytime you want to pick them back up.
Oh yeah.
And you know, I used to tell people the only reason that people have baggage is because they show up at the airport every morning and pick it up. I'm sorry, I have a dog that's getting a little excited. But people show up at the airport and pick up their baggage and then carry it. Now, we naturally do that when something happens to us. Of course we do. But when it has been years, that bag can be stored away somewhere in a closet, and you don't really need to drag it around with you all day, every day. You can revisit it if you need to. It can be there waiting for you, but it doesn't have to have anything to do with today, unless you want it to.
Yes. Yes.
So, you know, it is up to us to learn to use our brains and learn skills and what we need in order to have a balance in our brain and be healthy. And if we are acting in a very reactive way and we notice that, then we need to say, oh, okay, my brain is on high alert right now and it needs to be backed off a little bit. Maybe I need to go, I don't know, take a long hot shower and have a spa afternoon or whatever you do to invest in yourself to unplug a little bit and get yourself back where you're at.
And you know, it doesn't always, you know, sassy on that. It doesn't always have to be, getting a massage or getting your nails done. Maybe for you, it's taking the day off work once in a blue moon and sitting in your pajamas and watching TV all day. Maybe it's a day where you take off, and you don't feel like getting out of bed, so you just sleep all day. I mean, there's a lot of different ways that self-care, can work for you. And it doesn't always.
I like to not advocate for sleeping just because it can seep into depression super fast.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to do that, but you get my point. It doesn't always have to be something that you're spending money on, or going out and getting your nails done or something like that. It could be.
As long as it's something pleasant, then a really great one is if you can find something that you can laugh about. Like I love the old John Hughes movies, like 16 Candles and movies like all rom-coms. My Best Friend's Wedding and Notting Hill and all the ones that are kind of funny. And I make sure to put one of those on that I already know it's going to end good. I already know I like the story. I already know it's fun and it's a good way to spend a couple hours. And it's going to be nothing but good. There's not going to be any trauma, not going to be any accidents, no fires, blow-ups, explosions, things happening. It's peace for those couple of hours. Because your brain feeds all of that emotion, whatever you've gone through all day. Your brain at night when you go to sleep is going to record all of that and sort it out and build connections to where you were in your brain that day.
Right.
Well, in an abusive relationship, they keep you down in your middle brain so much that the upper cortexes, you lose connections there. That's why you have to build them back up. So one way to do that pretty easily is happiness lives in your left frontal lobe. Okay, that's where it lives. Happiness. That's a reason why malignant narcs can't ever feel happy, because they feel pleasure. Pleasure is in the mammal brain and the limbic brain. That's different from happy. So happy is in your left frontal cortex, and that's where gratitude and altruism live too. So if you're struggling to really feel happy, one thing that you can do as an exercise is start writing down every day 10 things you're really grateful for. That in itself, at night when you go to sleep, your brain will build connections to that part of the brain where happy lives, where it is.
Absolutely.
So that's one thing that they help with, like rehabs and things like that. Like I said, the abused brain very much mimics the addict's brain. That's why they say the narc makes you addicted to it. They actually do.
It is an addiction.
They get you really dependent on a reward system.
Yep.
So every time you think you're going to do something good, you're attaching a dopamine reward to that. And if they ever did say that you actually did good, you would get that reward. What happens is they deprive you. Initially, there's nothing you could do that's wrong. So you get tons of reward that everything you do is right. And they slowly change that you never get that reward for doing anything right. So you do something hoping you'll get it, and then they say, oh, you brought me red roses. I wish they were yellow ones, but okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Uh-huh.
It's like a hobby. Just trying to figure out what can I do today to make them not fly off the handle and scream bloody murder. And
yeah, your life becomes all about them, how they feel. If they have a good day, that means you had a good day.
You know, I kind of like to describe it, Sassy, as, you always think that I think about a sport, right? And you think you're running a race and you're getting to the goal line. And as soon as you're just about to cross the goal line, they move it. They move it up, they move it back, they move it to the left, they move it to the right. You can never quite get across the finish line. And it's an ever constant changing.
Well, because if they do, now see on their side, you have to understand, they've spent a lot of time grooming your brain to operate a certain way. Now, if they give you that feeling, if they give you that dopamine and they give you that connection and that you did something right, that isn't helping their end goal. Because that would make you feel good, and that would make you feel confident in yourself and all those things that they don't want you to feel.
Right.
So they can't do that unless you're on the way out, and then they'll switch things up and everything you do is perfect again.
I'm sorry, Luke. Do you want the usual drink, bleach and children's tears? Oh my God.
Yes, bleach and children's tears. Thank you.
Oh, pour me a double.
That's just, I just wanted to cover that a little bit so people understand. If you start looking at like mindfulness, look at your own thoughts, that when you feel your thoughts running away with like things you're supposed to do and all you're doing is driving to your next destination, stop that. If you find that you're doing something that you really can't multitask while doing, then stop your brain from trying to do that and just be in that moment. Like really be conscious of your brain and start using it in a way that you are in control of it. You are in control of your emotions. You're in control of your reactions. Now, of course, if something happens that's phenomenally big right in front of you, are you going to scream and probably lose it? Yeah, everybody will. Okay, everybody. But for the most part, most of our day-to-day stuff, most of what we encounter day-to-day is not a level 10. It's just not. No. We don't live at level 10. No. So we shouldn't run along at a level 5, like humming, like ready. We need to go back down towards like a 1 or a 2. And then when those things happen, we only get to really a 5. Because they're really only a 4 or 5 anyway. They're not even that big of a deal.
And a lot of times, there can be something that triggers you, and what you have to do is, grounding techniques, and to remember, something triggers you, and it triggers that trauma from the past. And so I like to go out and, stand in the yard, put my feet, in the grass so I can feel the earth, and remind yourself, I am here, I am okay, everything is all right. And again, I know that sounds super simple, but you have to remind yourself and remind that part of your brain that you're okay. They're not here. Nobody's hurting you. You're all right. Deep breaths,
That doesn't sound crazy at all. That's exactly what we used to do. We used to, as a populace, as human beings, we used to, on a regular basis, take walks when we were upset. We used to do things. You know what? When I first started studying all this stuff, it was so freaky to me that so many things that are in Eastern medicine actually address like mental health. Like mindfulness is meditation and things like that. That's all Eastern organization. And when they say your third eye opening, what freaks me out is the prefrontal cortex, which is your personality, your wants, your logic, your reason. Those things are all in the front part of your forehead, right between your eyes. Like, so weird. And that would be the third eye, right? But I think even the Greeks knew about these people, and that's what they created sirens, or the incubus and the succubus. Those were the narcissists in the malignant narcissists, the sociopaths, the psychopaths in their culture. Those were these cluster B people who could use people and abuse them, and that's the label that they put on them.
Right.
Love me some Buddha. Maybe he was one smart fellow.
It's a fascinating topic, It goes so
much
deep.
to it.
Yeah. That's why I always laugh when somebody says, well, give me the short answer, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't know if there is a short answer, because it's so many twists and turns and so many levels to it,
Yes, when I first started off, I'd been studying probably about, 3 or 4 years at that point. Someone would say something to me, and I would launch into like, oh my gosh, you have to do it, because I felt like everyone should know.
Yeah.
They would say one little thing, and I would be like, oh my gosh, that's just...
Sonia, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Well, I don't mean to hold the floor. I wanted to make sure to get some of those things out. I know this particular community, has a lot of people who used to be addicts or have pain, a lot of pain, either emotional or physical or some kind of thing going on a regular basis. And these people are already in a state of, I'm sorry, but a more traumatized brain, unless they've done some real work of like daily trying to rehab their brain.
Yeah.
Because it's a daily thing that you have to do to rewire it. You really do. And if you're not doing that, or if you used to, like let's say you used to practice mindfulness or meditation or yoga, and you used to, take time off and do your walking by yourself, and now you're not anymore. And you're finding that you're on the edge of your seat constantly, and that the littlest thing can trigger you, and those things, that's the time to step back and say, what do I not have on a day-to-day basis to help my brain to do that? What am I not giving myself anymore?
Yeah.
Consciously. Like, we need to think about our brain the same way we think about taking our car in to get oil change or something. We use it every day, all day. It's the only tool we have to make sure our life goes good.
Yeah, and actually it's the one thing that's always running, even when we're not actively thinking about it.
Yes.
Our brain is still telling our heart to beat and telling us to breathe, and so it's very important.
Yes, and so if you don't understand, like I have seen around the true crime community, You don't even know how many times I go under those videos and people say, I watched you, I listen to these while I sleep. I'm like, what are you doing?
That's the crazy thing to me. Sometimes I know exactly what you're talking about, Sassy, because I'm like, the last thing I want to do is fall asleep listening to all of these people arguing and fighting and ranting and raving. It's so bad for you. I mean, if you need noise.
Even if you're asleep, your mind is still taking in that sensory information.
Exactly. So that's why, if you have to have some kind of background noise, for me, I need it to be super dark, cold, and very quiet. But if you need something like that, that's why you should look up, streams that have, you could hear the trickle of a stream, or, the rainstorms, the ASMR type videos, because it's so bad to go to sleep and to have your brain listening to that all night. And I have accidentally fallen asleep, not on purpose, but to that, and then realized that, I have a setting, I guess, where it just goes to restarts the video over again. So I've literally woken up and realized that the whole stream has gone through multiple times, and I've listened to it apparently while I was sleeping. And it's like, oh gosh, it's so bad for you.
It's very, and then people who are consciously like absorbing, like they watch horror and they watch all these kinds of things, but their whole day, they've never watched something funny or laughed all day.
Yeah.
Like, if you're constant, what happens in an abusive relationship, the reason it's so incredibly bad is because day after day, like I said, they change those expectations and ratchet them down, and they put you in your mammal brain where you're completely reactive all the time and only thinking about the next thing you could possibly do, possibly right, and getting it wrong. That's the only thing that's really going through your head constantly is, what did I just do? Am I going to get in trouble? Did I do that right? Did I do this? You're constantly like that, right?
Yeah.
And the reason that they like your brain to be in that state is because we are extremely suggestive in that state. That's how they can trauma bond you. That's how they can cause a big, huge scene, and then they're the ones that make it go away. So we become trauma bonding through that. A lot of these streams end up being like that, where it's very emotional, and it'll be an emotional roller coaster where this whole audience is taken on this ride that is extreme, and then at the end, they just feel exhausted until the next day it happens all over again. And it's very unhealthy. It's extremely unhealthy.
I agree. And that coming from me, I've been part of that, and that's why I'm trying not to even watch stuff that I know is going to be, fruitless. If I listen to someone drag me and talk bad about me and call me names and all that, yeah, I know it's said and then I can respond, but why am I going to respond anyway? Why do I even need to take that negativity into myself?
Well, and that's where mindfulness comes in, to give you that little buffer where you sit and you think, do I really want to do this?
Yep. And the answer lately is no, I don't.
Right. And if you stop and think, well, usually when I do this, it's a mistake, so probably I don't want to.
Yep.
But if you don't have that reaction time, then you end up just in the thick of it, and you can end up reacting because the other person's reacting right back.
Yeah, and then every time they react, you react, and then they react, and nothing ever gets finished. No one ever says, "Oh, okay, I understand now. I agree."
I think Princess Fortunate and Sonia can tell you all about how things never get resolved and never get finished.
Yeah.
For sure.
The narcissists, malignant narcs, and sociopaths, psychopaths, they'll have the same fight over and over again because they're not really looking for answers or solving the fight. They want the emotion.
Yeah, and that's what's so frustrating for me is when I have those conversations, I'm looking for answers and solutions. And when someone makes it apparent that they don't want answers and solutions, that to me, I just have to walk away. I can't do that every day.
Right. Which is why everyone likens talking to them or trying to reason with them like talking to a brick wall. You're not ever gonna, even if you could, hey, someone stole someone's toy. Even if you can get your point across, they don't care about it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, that's where the purposeful misunderstanding of your words, or the, oh, I didn't understand what you're saying, doesn't make sense. It's a tactic to keep you in this constant, spin of trying to re-explain yourself, and and talk to him again, and keep it going. And it doesn't matter how well you explain it. It doesn't matter how much proof you have. It doesn't matter. None of that matters, because they're going to talk in that circular word salad, and you're never going to get, a resolution. It's just not going to happen. So it's wasted time, wasted effort, wasted anger, and wasted tears.
Yep.
And how gross is it that originally they acted like a person who didn't do that?
Right. Right.
And what's even worse is, I often tell people, because they'll think that the other person is just reacting just like they are. But there's times when, in the heat of a huge fight, people have been in a situation where the phone rings or the doorbell rings or something, and the disordered person, the cluster B person, will answer the door or answer the phone like nothing's even going on. And they'll have a whole conversation where they're just normal. And then they hang up and go right back to screaming like that didn't even happen,
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can turn it on and off like a light switch.
Yeah.
And there are some times when you have to learn how to do that, though.
Well, but that's not the same thing.
No,
You're
not like if
turning-
you're, but say you're taking calls at work, and on your cell phone you're having an argument with your spouse, then you have to take the call at work and be like, hello, how may I help you?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
I was in sales for many, many, many years, and I know how to do that. It's a lot different when you're in a knockdown drag at home. At home, you're not in public, not anywhere where you need to be, and you're totally like, we're letting our hair down right now,
Yeah.
and we're hashing this out, and then the person just picks up the phone and goes, ha da 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 da.
Yeah. And that is frustrating as heck. Because you're like, okay, so you're just going to pick up the phone when your mother calls and be like, oh, nothing's going on. But you and I are sitting here having a knockdown drag out over something she said to us, or whatever.
No, even more so, it's like, oh, you can just turn on and off that kind of anger and frustration and just turn it back on when you turn around and look at me. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
if you can look, if I'm upset and I answer the phone, everyone who they'll know that I'm upset about something. I won't be screaming at them, but they'll hear it in my voice that something's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's totally different with them. You can't hear it in their voice. They're just like normal.
Yep.
Yep.
It's that mask for everyone else.
Well, and that's when you have to realize that all of this is programmed. Everything they're doing, they're doing it in reaction to you, but they have a goal. So when you're reacting and they react to you, there's a goal of what they want to happen next. You're not thinking that. You're just in the moment, I'm upset and this is what we're talking about. You're not thinking, oh, okay, well, if I go slam the refrigerator door and he just bought that refrigerator, he's going to be really mad. You're not thinking that.
No. You know what? I would like to address Miss Audrey in the chat. She said, oh, we would be fighting, or I would be getting lectured, exit our vehicle and walk inside church to teach Sunday school to high school kids. Miss Audrey, that is one place that a narc will love to get you. It's trapped in a car, because it's the only place they can get you where you can't get up and run out the front door and get away. You're literally trapped in a moving vehicle. So they really, really love to start those arguments, just like what you're talking about. And they will, you can have a real raging shit show going on inside that car. And just like with what you said, then they will get out of the car and walk into some place where there's a ton of people, and you're all riled up, and, you're shaking from head to toe, and you're upset and you're angry, and you can't get yourself to calm down. And then they can just walk right in and act like everything's fine with a big, huge smile on their face. But trapping you in a place like that, like a car, never mistake that that's intentional. It's absolutely intentional because you cannot escape that car. I mean, especially, I mean, if they're the one driving, right? They're the one driving. You can't, force them. I mean, I guess you could open the door and throw yourself out of the car, but I mean, you understand my point. If they're driving and you're going down a freeway, you're stuck there.
Well, and the occasion was chosen too. They want to make sure you don't have too good a time while you're out. So they're going to make sure that when you get to that occasion, and everyone would have been saying, oh, your dress is so great, or whatever they're going to say, those are the things they're going to hit you about that don't look good. And then they're going to make you very self-conscious that if anyone mentions how great your dress is, you're thinking, do they really mean it, or do they not mean it? Because he just told me that it was awful and it was horrible and that you could see XYZ and I hate XYZ. They know your insecurities, but they want to make sure that you're not happy and enjoying yourself. How many people have been in a relationship with one of these people and you're enjoying yourself and you catch their eyes across the room and they're glaring at you like, how dare you?
Yeah. There's two little quick stories I could tell you from some women that, I've spoken to. One was that they had gone to a dinner, right? They had hosted a dinner for, an anniversary. They had been together, I don't know, I think she said 20 years. And so they got to a restaurant. They had, reserved this private room, and they had all these friends and whatnot, right? Couples that were there with them. And the wife told me that, that's a big anniversary to celebrate, with the people they were closest to. And so she had written out, a speech to stand up and read to everybody about their marriage and, her love for her husband, whatever. And so she got all excited. And, of course, they're sitting at the center of the table. When it came to that point, she went to go and she was like, okay, I have something I want to, I wrote a little speech and I want to, stand up and, read this to everybody. And she said she got about halfway out of her seat and he literally touched her arm and he was like, oh, no, you don't have to do that. And so she's literally stuck halfway up and halfway still down in her seat, trying to figure out, holy shit, do I stand up? I'm mortified. I'm embarrassed. I don't know what to do. Do I sit back down or do I stand up? And of course, everybody else was like,
those double binds. Binds.
And so, the rest of the table's like, no, read it. And so she said, well, instead of standing up to read it, she sat down and she was like, my voice was shaking the whole time. And she's trying to maintain her composure while feeling humiliated by the person that she is sitting there reading her speech, professing, their 2 decades of love. And then, of course, everybody at the table, she said, she said that she had written these words and they were so beautiful and people were in tears, but she's literally over there trapped inside, in her mind thinking, I am so humiliated. But what do you do when you're caught in that moment? It's awful. And then she said, they.
Good luck even approaching that with him to even say, look, I felt humiliated, because that won't be a good conversation.
Yeah,
It'll be her, not his.
So she had to swallow it, suck it up, go home, she said, and just, she vented to somebody privately later, but you're sitting there thinking, holy crap, I just listened to her tell me the story, and then she went on to say that, they were standing. She eventually, got divorced from this person, and she said that she was standing there on the day that they were trying to go through the house to separate everything, and he kept going and talking to the kids, and using them as his counselor. He would refer to their children like his best friend, whatever, And she would say, listen, we gotta stop telling them about all of this. This is between you and I, and it doesn't matter how old our kids are. At any age, this is still affecting them. So she had him out in the garage and was telling me, listen, whatever's happened to us before now, that's in the past. We need to change our behavior, today going forward, and, keep them out of this because it's hurting them. And so we need to can we make that commitment? And he's just yelling at her in her face. And she said he literally, almost like a toddler, turned around and took off running out of the garage, ran up, and there was people inside that had come over, to help move. Ran around the side of the house, came into the front door, walked into the living room, sat down, and just started telling jokes and laughing. And she's standing out in the garage, losing her collective shit, and then has to turn around and walk into the room. And, triggered as fuck while he's just sitting there shooting the shit, all relaxed, telling jokes and visiting with people. It's sick. What they do is really sick, and it's very much like a petulant toddler throwing a fit. And the way that they can flip it on and off, it's disturbing. Yeah, I mean, I could tell you a ton more stories that people have told me, but that woman and that, it's heartbreaking.
And the situation you just described, that's how they make the other person look crazy.
Yeah, exactly, and that's exactly what it's meant to do. Huh?
You're still very upset. And then they act like, see, I don't even know why you're doing this. We're having a good time. Everyone's here and everyone's having a good time, and you're ruining it. Like, And then what's worse is that the family, or there'll be lots and lots of flying monkeys who will do their bidding. Or what's worse are the people who say, if you've been in a relationship XYZ long, then you need to work it out.
Yes.
Or if it's your sister, or if it's your brother, or if it's your mother, or if it's whoever, you need to work it out.
But we've got to stop listening to these people, like Dr. Phil and things like that. If you've ever gone through and read his book, Relationship Rescue, I'm not saying that there's nothing in there that's not good. But, this whole, focusing on, let's talk about it. And Conklin, I hate to do this complete talking about it from a woman's perspective, but that's the only necessary, you'll understand what I mean when I say it. Anyway, so, you read in that book on it's, a lot of these people out there that are trying to teach ridiculous practices like, you get into justifying. Well, they do all of these horrible, awful things, but he's a really good provider and he works so hard. So you get so focused and attached on that one good thing that all of a sudden that negates all of this other stuff. And you got to realize it doesn't matter if he's a hard worker and a good provider, if he's doing all of these other things, even if he's not physically abusing you, financially, mentally, emotionally, and sexually abusing you. It doesn't matter how hard of a worker he is. That doesn't justify him being a good provider for your family to treat you this way. It's not okay. And we got to stop teaching people, to just stay and work it out. I was never an advocate for divorce. I was super proud. I thought, what, I'm going to get married one time only. And, we're in it for the long haul. And that's the wrong mindset to have. It is okay to be divorced. It's okay it's okay. And we've got to stop brainwashing people into thinking that you just have to be married for life and suck it up and, work it out. Because no, it's not okay. It's very traumatic. It's very abusive. And we need to start promoting, getting out and putting yourself first, Well,
and part of that, unfortunately, is detoxifying divorce. Because it's often thought of as something that is like something that's wrong. And oftentimes a divorce is that person's biggest accomplishment was getting out of that relationship. Like sometimes you have no idea how hard someone had to work to get out. Like, people don't understand. It's just, you can't say automatically someone who's married, they need to stay married. You cannot say that. If they're in a toxic relationship, if they're in an abusive relationship, even if they're in a loveless relationship, it's better for them to not be in that relationship anymore. Even if they're the best of friends, but they don't love each other in a way that is romantic. In my mind, I'm sorry, I think everyone deserves all of it.
Miss Audrey, I think that you are a beautiful, amazing, empathetic, compassionate, kind person. And I'm reading your stuff in the side chat, and it's breaking my heart. It's a perpetual dance. You're absolutely right with the devil until you get your children to an age where they are adults. And the best thing you can do for them is to teach them about, abuse and, manipulation and how to set proper boundaries for themselves, getting yourself to get into an emotionally, mentally, and physically healthy place so that when they are old enough and they finally start to see him, and they will one day, I promise you, please believe me when I say, when they become older, they will see when you are not there to be the buffer anymore, they will have no choice but to be able to see him for who and what he is. And then you will be able to help guide them and walk them through the same process that you've gone through. And I know it's heartbreaking to think about that your children have a locomotive headed right towards them and there's not shit all you can do to stop it. But the best thing you can do is to, learn all of these things for yourself and be as healthy as you can be. So when they get to this point, then you can lead them down that path of understanding and proper boundary setting. And I feel for you. I hate that you're going through that. It's awful. It's so awful. You have my prayers, Miss Audrey.
I'm looking too, and I second all of that, Miss Audrey. I do. I hope that, Miss Audrey, I don't know if you watch her, but Dr. Romney.
She's one of my favorites. Look at all of us at the same time.
Dr. Romney, oh.
Yeah. But Dr. Romney does a whole lot of things with mental health if you're still in the relationship. Like how to do certain boundaries and things if you are still in the relationship.
Yeah, it's Ramani, Dr. Romney, and you can look her up. She has an amazing channel on YouTube, and the primary things that she talks about is narcissistic abuse on her channel. She is the most informative person. I can't say enough good things about her. I'd highly encourage you to look her up.
Yeah, but she is one that she does go over ways to handle things when you're still in contact.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the channels that focus on narcissistic abuse, obviously, they advocate no contact, and that is best. That is best. But sometimes a person isn't in a position where they can leave, or where they can do no contact.
Mm-hmm.
So I did by going through her videos, and there's a lot to learn about, like just your own personal boundaries or how to quietly handle certain things that they do, so that you're not fanning the flames, but you're also trying to better keep yourself safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ms. Audrey, and that's one of the legitimate reasons why, at this point you can't go no contact. It's just not feasible.
Yeah. Yeah. Until they become adults, and then you have no more obligation to be that buffer in between them any longer. That's why I said, when you get to that point, they then are the grown adult and they have to make those choices for themselves. We as mothers, I know, always want to go in and protect and save our children. But once they become a certain age, you just have to give them the tools to be able to be equipped enough to handle it on their own. And that's where you can, step out and step aside. It doesn't mean that it still doesn't hurt to watch it happening. But yeah, I'm with you. It was counting the days, I have a niece that's going through this.
Another good one is Surviving to Thriving. She's really good too.
Yeah,
and she has lots and lots and lots of past material. So, and she has a little workbook that you can get for free from her and stuff. So, Surviving to Thriving, that's another one, Miss Audrey, that I would recommend. Oh, and we need to talk about Chris and Steve. Chris with a K. We need to talk about Chris and Steve. She changed her channel name to Chris Goderts or whatever, but I always forget how to spell it, so I can't do that one.
Yeah.
And Steve. She's a psychologist. She lives in Arizona, and she focuses only on narcissism, and she had a narcissistic alcoholic father.
Miss Audrey.
I know all these great channels about it. Like I said, I'm kind of new to the narcissism thing, and I learn a lot just through PF and Sonia. I do watch Dr. Romani. She has been amazing use as a tool to learn. I just had a general overview of narcissism, and I didn't realize it went as deep as it does.
Yeah, it's a sick, twisted, you can fall down that rabbit hole and never come back out of it. I mean, it just, the subject goes so deep, it's so complex, and I don't think most people realize it. And Nicole, I'm sorry, and that's a common story too, taking somebody else's story or taking your story. I know of a lady who, the person that she was with, he took the story of her dead mother and how she died and the struggles that she had had before she died, and then tried to use that story and act as if it was the woman that he was with, the daughter, right? And it's just sick. Anyway, I mean, we could go on telling stories for days, and it's just. Sonia, any thoughts?
Do you know what I'm doing? I'm eating ice cream. Listening.
Oh,
I've just been enjoying the conversation and eating ice cream. That's what I was doing.
You know what? I'm glad you said that. I'm going to mute and go make a bowl of ice cream.
I got so hungry.
I've got sherbet.
We're all having a snack break.
Yeah, time out.
Well,
I think that
I think everyone else should talk because I've had the floor. So I think everyone else should. Everyone that wants to eat ice cream.
Yeah.
But
you gave us all a break from talking. We were listening to your good information.
well, thank you. Thank you for that. One thing I will put out there, just so people understand how deep. One tactic that, one tactic that narcissists use quite frequently is the silent treatment. And they'll also withhold physical affection. So not real huggy, kissy, not a whole lot of that. Maybe initially, but then later on in the relationship, they're not real snuggly and cuddly people. They're just not. And understandably, they're like handling barbed wire. But we get oxytocin from touch and from talking to people that we love and trust, and we get that hormone from that contact. And we're social creatures, and so when you're used to having people around that care about you, that you care about, that you have conversations with, that you hug occasionally, we get it when we come home and our dogs greet us. It's been shown that we get it then. Oxytocin is extremely important. So when we move into a relationship and now we're in a house with someone who gives us the silent treatment, absolutely doesn't talk to us, doesn't hug us, doesn't kiss us, and has worked very steadily at isolating us from other people that did used to do that. Now we start getting an oxytocin, it goes in the negative, where we don't have enough. And unfortunately, that has to do with trust. And it has to do with trusting our own decisions as well. So in that way, it works amongst their web of tactics. That when you do realize that you're in a situation, you don't trust yourself to make decisions because you don't have enough of that chemical in your brain to really even trust yourself.
Well, I'm still trying to rebuild past relationships with friends and family.
No, but what I'm saying is, so you imagine you're this person and you start off with this oxytocin where you trust yourself and you trust your own judgment and you're sailing along. Through abuse, they deplete that so much that that person, and I'm sure you guys can be familiar with this feeling, can be stuck in that house knowing it's abuse, knowing it's toxic, and yet not understanding, is it the right decision to leave or not?
Yeah.
And part of the reason that you get into that, I don't know, and I don't know what to do, and I can't trust any decision, part of that, only part of that, is affected by them withholding that oxytocin. There's a bunch of other things they do that also withhold different chemicals that enable that kind of frozen thinking where you don't know what to do.
Yeah, and that's another reason
they use.
That's another reason why you start thinking that you are indeed crazy.
Yeah, and it's the tactics they use that create these chemical imbalances and the places where you used to go in your brain where you're not really going anymore. And your thought process has been completely rewired. That's why it's really important to find some kind of therapy where they're giving you tools that you can actively use when you're not in therapy, but in your day-to-day, where you start rebuilding those connections yourself. You know, like, for instance, we were talking about how the reward is attached to a dopamine. Like you want to do something right for them and you never get that answer. The best way to fix that one is start setting your own goals for your own things, your own hobbies or your own things that you want to do, and stick to it. Because dopamine attaches to goals. So if you set a little goal, your brain automatically sets a little dopamine to that. When you achieve that goal, you get a little dopamine. Now, the longer the reward builds up, the bigger the dopamine hit, which is why those long-term goals get a big, huge dopamine hit. Now, the problem is that the abuser usually uses that to his advantage too, his or her, Conklin, his or her advantage. Because when you have that goal that all you wanted to do was do something right, and you don't get that for a long, long, long time, there's a lot of dopamine that's waiting there. And what the abuser will do is come to you when you're on the way out the door, and all of a sudden they'll say, you were right all along, and you're perfect, everything you do is right. Well, what did they just do? They just released that big hit of dopamine, and you attribute it to them.
Wow. You know, I had never thought of that.
Mm-hmm.
And doesn't that then make you think, well, look, they've changed, because now you feel,
they see the light.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to be good because they finally see.
Been there,
And
done that.
it clicked in me, and I did it.
It makes sense. Yeah. and what's worse is that's why people who are in these types of relationships will often say that they enjoyed a whole bunch of things before they got in this relationship. They had all kinds of hobbies or things they like to do, and now they don't like to do any of that anymore. Well, the other person put things down on a regular basis or made snide comments about it. Or you always take time to do that. You need to spend time with me. And so slowly they let all those things go that would have given them that dopamine. So then the abuser can start creating that toxic loop of you always trying to achieve and can't. That's why you need to get back into who that person was initially, setting your own little goals and giving your dopamine hits to yourself. And it doesn't matter if they say it's dumb. It doesn't matter if they don't like it. It doesn't matter. You're doing it for you, and that's how you start building that back up for yourself again. Because they'll keep you in a deficit.
So the next time somebody tells me I'm full of something, I can say, nope, I'm full of dopamine.
Yeah.
Wouldn't we all be great if we were full of dopamine?
Oh, yeah.
But that's what I'm trying to say is this chemical change, this thought process change. A lot of these tactics change those chemicals in a certain way. And if you don't exercise your brain in those other ways, you won't fix it. So let's say if you break up with this person or the person passes away or whatever, and you were in this abusive relationship, until you start doing your own things and setting your own goals and reaching out to get, oxytocin in relationships and things, until you actually do these things, your brain can be stuck. And a lot of times people in this field who start working with people in these relationships, we run into people who have been stuck for a long time. They've learned, they know about narcissism, they know about abuse, they know about sociopaths, they know about them, they know these tactics, they know what happens, but they still haven't done the work in their lives to start changing their brain.
Yeah, and my silence is I'm working this out in my brain. A lot of times, I think the connection I'm making here is that's why you don't feel like you're getting better, because you know all of this, but are you actually applying it and doing the work?
Well,
knowing it is not enough.
Yeah, just knowing what they do, that's not enough to fix you.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. So we think because we learn about it and we know about it now that we should somehow feel better, but knowing it is not enough. You've got to put in the work.
Yeah.
And that could be why people get frustrated and say, it's a bunch of hooey, and I'm not going back to therapy anymore. I don't feel any better. As a matter of fact, I feel worse when I leave there. You know, because
Right.
the knowledge of it is just the tip of the iceberg.
Right. And unfortunately, not a whole lot of psychological professionals know that kind of work when it comes to narcissists, because a lot of times they don't see. Narcissists are really good at going into therapy and pretending to be completely different. And when they do, it oftentimes looks like the other person's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's advised that you don't do marital therapy with in a toxic relationship like that. You don't.
Yeah.
You will make the bad guy.
Well, I would say any marital therapy, you need to be in individual therapy too.
Yeah, I agree. But in an abusive relationship, if you are planning on staying, and some people have to for a while, you don't go to therapy with them. You do your own therapy, but not about your relationship.
Yeah.
Do your own therapy about past healing, past trauma. There was a way that they got in, and usually that is an unhealed past trauma, either from childhood or something from before that person found their way in. So you can work on that past stuff, and you can work on tools like that. Even if you are still in that relationship, you can work on why it was originally that it even started. And then still work on your likes and dislikes and building a life that's separate, kind of, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, you're putting a lot of things in my brain that I'm going to think about.
Yeah, it's difficult finding a good therapist sometimes too. Sometimes it takes going through several before you find one that fits.
Sure. But in the meantime, you can always help yourself by doing mindfulness. There's plenty of stuff on YouTube about it, about how to do it. And it's really about understanding that thoughts can just happen, and you can let them go. You don't even really have to examine them.
Yeah, it goes back to Buddha with
thoughts that are weird, and just you can have all kinds of different thoughts. That doesn't mean anything necessarily.
Yeah, the mindfulness goes back to Buddha. With your thoughts, you create your world.
Yes. And then once you can start examining your thoughts, you can start throwing some out that are unproductive, or you can start adding some that you know should be there that aren't. You can once you can look at your thoughts and why you're thinking the way you are, or how you're thinking and how that makes you feel, then you can start controlling that internal environment.
I want to say something to Miss Audrey real quick. She says when she got into individual therapy, that's when her relationship got worse. And I want to say that one of the most terrifying things to a narcissist is that someone else is going to be in control of your brain. What they don't realize is that good therapy helps you be the one in control of your own brain. So they see the therapist as their enemy.
Oh yeah, they have support. That's like I was saying earlier about I'm still trying to renew relationships with friends and family that were severed during my marriage.
Well, I think that a lot of people who get in therapy when they're with a narcissist will recall hearing the narcissist speak badly about their therapist, and they don't even really know the therapist, but they're going to start saying things like, I've noticed since you started seeing that quack that you seem to think that, you know, this or that or whatever. In subtle ways, and some not so subtle, they will start trying to diminish the capacity of a therapist. You know, there'll be a quack, or there'll be a brain shrinker, or a know-it-all, or, you know, whatever.
Oh yeah, I got grilled.
Or the things that they tell you to do.
Yeah.
Like if you start journaling or something, then journaling is just dumb, and that's just, you know, they'll just find ways to put things down like that.
Exactly.
But really, truly, the therapies that I'm talking about are just stuff that you would do normally. It's just going to be more of your self-focus. Like, for instance, if you like gardening and you've always wanted to have a garden, or you used to garden, you used to have plants, get yourself a little plant.
Conklin, what were you going to say? You said you used to get grilled about what?
Oh, I used to get grilled about when I'd get back from my therapist. What did you say about me? That was the main thing. What did you say about me? I tell her I was there for me. I'm trying to make me better. I have issues I'm trying to deal with.
Yeah.
He told you to leave me, didn't he?
All about them. All
Oh, yeah.
about them.
Always, Sonia. Yeah.
Well, actually, the therapist had told me to leave. He said, "Run."
If you did tell people exactly the way they are, their advice would be to leave them. They know that.
Actually,
they know they're horrible people.
Actually, that is what the therapist said. The therapist actually said, "Run."
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah. But I mean, they know they're horrible. That's why they don't. Whenever they say you don't really love me.
Yeah, I hate that.
There's a reason why, because you don't.
Yeah.
The real them, they know is unlovable. No one would love that person. They know they don't love themselves because they're unlovable.
They're telling you everything you need to know. You need to listen to their actions and what's in between the words. It's not, listen to their words. They're telling you, they're giving you every clue and everything that you need to hear, but then you also need to look in between what they're not saying and the actions that go along with it. It's a whole, if you only just focus on the specific words that they're saying, that's where you're going to trip up and get confused. But then listen to what they're telling you and what they're accusing you of, because it's usually the closest thing to a confession you're ever going to get is what they accuse you of doing. It's really what they are doing. And so listen to that and keep note of it, because that's, like I said, that's the closest thing to a confession you're ever going to get out of an arc. Period.
You had mentioned earlier about them going into therapy and playing the victim. She played the victim very, very well. Whenever she would decide to, I don't know, I guess take responsibility for her actions, she would get a different diagnosis every time she'd get a new therapist.
Well, a lot of that is probably...
She's putting on a different mask, so they're meeting a mask. They're not ever meeting her. You're the one who knows her.
Yeah.
I used to say they mirror you when they meet you so that you will like them. And then later on, when they have you captive, they scream at themselves in that mirror.
She got diagnoses anywhere from personality disorders to schizoaffective to just all kinds of things. PTSD and just...
Yeah.
Which they were probably there. They were probably all there mixed together.
Well, mental illness is comorbid with lots of things, but the narcissists, it's hard to really tell, because the one thing that you automatically know, okay, they're awful. They lie, they're hypocritical, they're emotionally abusive, they like to play games, they're manipulative, they're selfish, they're all these horrible things. That is who they are. Everything else on top of that is all layers of masks or trying to manipulate. They're trying to manipulate the therapist. They'll make up stories of trauma that they'll borrow other people's memories. If they hear someone else had a horrible thing, they'll tell it like it was them to get that sympathy, even to a therapist.
Yeah, she took all her pills one time, and I rushed her to the emergency room, and she actually told the doctor that she had downed all her pills because she was trying to manipulate me into doing something that I didn't want to do.
That's one of the times that sometimes they do tell the truth.
Yeah, she told the truth, and she laughed about it.
Oh, yeah, that's so funny.
Yeah. No, the doctor didn't.
No, I'm sure the doctor was shocked. I'm sure the doctor's jaw was on the floor. Like, what? You did what?
Yeah. But I noticed during this conversation, listening to things about healing, how to help yourself, my anxiety levels just fall to nothing. But as soon as we start talking about the actual events and things like that, it just goes through the roof.
Yeah, Sonia, what do you?
Mm-hmm.
Say again.
Oh no, I'm good. I'm good.
All right.
I was just going to say, that's exactly why sometimes those just need to be put out in a parking lot until you're at a place where you feel like you can pick it up and examine them.
Yep.
Because if it truly makes you anxious and have all these emotions and feelings, well, then there's there's nothing really you can do about it right now, right? Can't solve it, nothing's going to change about it, right? It is what it is, right?
Yep.
So those situations happen the way they happen. You remember them the way you remember them. It's locked in. That's written in the book. But the book can be closed and put up on the shelf, and we can read it again later. You don't have to read it if you don't want to. And maybe now's not the time because it'll be there. It'll be there whenever you want.
You know what's really amazing is looking out in chat, you see 5 or 6 other people talking about this, and it's just that there's so many people that have experienced this.
I'm going to go back and read the chat because I can't see it. I'll go back.
Oh, no, what?
But you want to know, Conklin, on the other side of that coin, we had so many people in here chatting and watching when we were talking about more drama-related type stuff. This stuff that we're talking about now, I find to be very important for people, and we've dropped down to like 48 people and only about 6 people chatting.
Well, that's okay though.
Yeah, that's fine by me. But I'm just saying.
I wish more wanted the knowledge too, but you got to meet them where they are.
Yeah.
And I mean, the hardest lesson I ever learned in my whole entire life. Seriously, the hardest lesson. And I just only recently learned it, and it was really painful. Very, very, very hard lesson. Is that you cannot help someone who will not help themselves. You cannot love them enough. You cannot do for them enough. You can't anything enough if they are not helping themselves. You can't.
That's something else.
The process, and I did for a little while. I think I kind of got lost in it for a little while because I don't fail at things. You know what I mean? I don't quit things and fail things. And to me, it felt like that. If I was going to not help this person when they have no one to help them.
Yeah, and I'm just happy that we still have, at least 48, 50 people, however many, listening, because I feel like this is the helpful stuff that people need to hear at some point.
Well, and it's not just about abuse. I was trying to, maybe I didn't do it very well, but I was trying to allude to the fact that there's people out there who maybe they're not in an abusive relationship, but they watch horror movies 24/7 a day. I'm hopeful that what I said about the input that you put in your brain, if you're conscious of what you've been doing all day, or the information that's been coming at you, that you balance it out. Because you have to have comedy in there. You have to have good stuff in there. You can't have a whole day where all you do is negative, hard, negative work, negative. You know what I mean? You have to have time where you're relaxed and you're only thinking about yourself and now, like mindfulness. You know, you have to have enjoyment in your day where you actually smile and laugh and have a good time with something going on.
But
wiring your brain with all of that input, all of the sensory input. Oh, here's a trick. I didn't know this. I only recently learned. That's why I'm so excited about it. But smiling is the one thing that works in reverse on your brain. So
what do you mean?
Okay, so most things for your brain, you have to think it in your brain for it to be real in your body. Okay? It has to be like they have to sing together. But if you smile, your brain perceives that the muscles on your face are making us smile, and the places in your brain that light up to make you smile light up.
Okay, so I think I'm understanding it how I thought is that if you smile, the action of smiling connects to the brain, the muscles that are being controlled, and you actually will feel happier.
The muscles connect to those neurons in the brain, where if the brain is happy, it would be triggering a smile.
Uh-huh.
When you smile, those neurons light up like, oh, we're smiling, so we must feel a little bit happier right now.
Okay, let me explain. I have heard this, and I always thought it was kind of silliness, right?
No, it's true.
Well, I know
just
that
found
it is.
out.
I know that it is true now, because here's what I started doing. I wanted to test it myself. So when I get in bed at night, I have a ton of anxiety that keeps me from sleeping. So I tried this experiment where I would lay in bed and smile. Even though I wasn't smiling at anything, okay? I would just make myself smile. And I've read that, you can tell a real smile by if the wrinkles at the corners of your eyes crinkle, right? So
Yeah.
I would make sure that I kind of crinkled the corners of my eyes, and I held that smile. And you know what actually started happening? This is why I feel that this has to be true, is that my anxiety level went down, and I would start thinking about happy memories automatically. Like I didn't have to conjure them up or think, okay, what was a happy... They just started popping into my head.
Yeah,
Memories
crazy
of
that.
happy things I had seen, like pictures of puppies on the internet that day, or what. And before you know it, my smile became genuine.
Yeah, and so that goes back, Jaynie, to what I was talking about earlier when I said, you're going to have these things that trigger you. You're going to have something that you start ruminating about, or something triggers a memory, right? And so then give yourself enough grace and time to sit there for however much time you think is good for you. For me, I don't allow myself to sit there for longer than 5 to 10 minutes, and then I actively make myself focused on something that makes me smile. I've heard a lot of people recently, get on and watch silly TikTok videos, and they're like, "Oh, I just get lost in it, and it makes me laugh, and I just keep scrolling," or whatever it is. For me, it's music. I deal with trauma and negative things in my life through humor and through music. So after I allow myself to sit there for 5 or 10 minutes, feel the emotion I'm feeling, have a good cry, be mad, call a friend, bitch about something, and then I literally, almost like a timer, stop it and go specifically to the thing that I know is going to make me happy. And that is 99% of the time, it's music. And you'll be shocked to find out how quickly that anxiety will naturally release out of your body all on its own, without taking things like, Xanax or any of those kind of things. We have too much medication, I believe, and I think some of it is good, but we have too much medication that's dulling, our natural ability to feel things, and our body's naturally ability to calm yourself and to release that anxiety on its own. It's a simple process of training yourself to do these things. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the pre-traumatized brain was already wired to be that way. It was wired to not do that way through trauma. So you're just helping to rewiring your brain back to a healthy place.
Right. It's creating new neural pathways in your brain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And one thing I would say with the whole TikTok thing, if you have anxiety, that is not the tool to use.
No, I'm just giving an example of something that, it doesn't have to be that, but it's something that, makes you laugh, something that makes you happy, and whatever that is for you. And I'm not going to tell anybody, if watching a TikTok video makes you smile and makes you happy, then by all means, in my opinion, and it's just my opinion, go do it,
I'm just throwing it out there for everyone listening and stuff, to be conscious of the fact that if it's anxiety and that's future thought, TikToks automatically change very quickly. So it's next again thinking. So if there's anyone out there looking for something to work with anxiety specifically, look for something that is more controlled and that doesn't rapidly move to a next thing, because that's going to be wiring those kinds of reactions.
I've got a playlist of 25 Godzilla movies. They make me smile.
Conklin.
They are so cheesy.
Yeah, and I can see the point you're making about TikToks, because when it's something, even like the autoplay feature, sometimes when I'm listening to music on YouTube, the autoplay feature, I have to shut it off because it's always, okay, now this next song I didn't like, and then this song I did like. So I set up my own playlists, and
That's
then
what I
I
do
know,
too.
yeah, and TikTok, if it's, those quick snippets and you got to get on to the next one, and maybe it's not even going to be something that you're going to find funny, I can it causes me a lot of anxiety. So
I
yeah.
can understand. I understand that point for sure. For me, I don't find it to be that way. I just, I think when I don't get on there a lot, but when I have gotten on there, I haven't found that to affect me like that. But that's an individual, thing, I think, from each individual person. But I do what you do too, Jaynie. So I have them, and I have a little playlist of funny things, and then I have a playlist of music that's upbeat, or maybe I have a playlist of romantic music, or I even have one, and it's of upbeat songs, but it's called my pissed off playlist. You know what I mean? And so I'll go to that sometimes, and I'll listen to the music I have specifically, picked out for when I'm pissed, that I know is going to uplift me.
Yeah, and that gives you some control over, nothing's going to pop up that surprises you or that has bad memories associated with it, or that you find offensive or whatever,
Do you want to know what's interesting? I read a study recently, and I was talking to my cousin about this. There's a lot of, they did a study and they found that a lot of people who have been abused or have PTSD, have gone through trauma, have a tendency to watch like the same show over and over and over. So like my cousin, she loves to watch Sex and the City, The Sopranos, and Friends. And she can watch those from beginning to end, from the very first show, the first season, all the way through. And what they found is that is comforting to people who have gone through those kind of experiences, because since they've already seen it, they already know what's coming next. And so there's not going to be any surprises. And I thought that was the most fascinating thing I had heard in a long time, because you go ahead, Conklin.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was done, Conklin. I was just saying, you go ahead.
I was just going to say that would explain a lot of us binge watching Netflix.
Yeah.
Well, and I just said earlier, remember I said one of my tools is John Hughes movies, like the old, like Breakfast Club and all these old movies that I already know what's going to happen.
Right.
There's a lot, and I've never heard that before. And it's true. I mean, it's true. I do have a history of, I was a child of sexual abuse. I had an abusive childhood. I had different things happen. And I, as an adult, had different things happen, were traumatized different ways. And that's remarkable that automatically I'm doing that, and lots of other people do that too. Like, we all do that.
Well,
because there's
a lot of,
go ahead,
I'm sorry, with a lot of childhood trauma and regular, adult traumas, comes instability and not knowing what's going to happen from 1 minute to the next.
Exactly.
So
That's what I was
watching things that we know the outcomes of, we're able to calm our brains. We know what's going to happen, so we can just enjoy it for what it is.
Absolutely.
Frasier too. Frasier,
Yeah.
Yeah. Fascinating
So
stuff.
a lot of people will say, how can you watch the same movie over and over and over? Well, here's why. Because I know how I'm going to react to it already. I know what's going to happen. And so I can just let my guard down and enjoy it for what it is. And I'm not going to be surprised. There aren't going to be any jump scares, whatever. And that's that stability that we missed out on when we were in the midst of trauma.
Yeah, and it would explain too, and maybe Conklin, you might find this interesting. Men are always like, oh, you're watching that movie again. You always cry when that movie comes on. Why would you specifically sit down and put that movie on when every time that you do, it makes you cry? Well, for me, sometimes I need a good cry, right? So one of my go-tos is Bridges of Madison County. And I know exactly at the moment that I'm going to lose my shit and start screaming at the screen for her to open the door and get out.
Oh my God, that turn signal.
And every single time.
Turn signal. I'm
Yes.
like, get out of the truck.
She's got her hand on the door, and I'm like, open it, damn it, and go! And I am just bawling hysterically. And then when it's all over, I'm like, oh, I feel good. I feel better because I just needed to get. Sometimes you just need a good cleansing cry, you know.
Well, and that's like crying in your therapist's office. Watching Bridges of Madison County is a safe space for you to cry.
Yes.
You know what the cry is, and you're safe crying, you know.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to hear the funny story about that movie, Jaynie? When it first came out, I had read the book already. And so when it first came out in the theater, I went with my ex-husband to the movie theater on a date night, one of the few, chick flicks he agreed to go see with me. So we go in and we sit down, and, the theater was packed. And everybody, I'm telling you, there was not a dry eye in the house. And so, I mean, everybody just, had all these, you know how when you cry real hard, it makes your face all red and splotchy, mascara running down our cheeks. People had snot running down their faces. And he was just sitting there, and the movie was over, and you could hear the entire theater had just been sobbing, and we all get up to walk out, and he's looking around at everybody, and he says really loud, and he was like, what is going on? It was a happy movie. She did the right thing. I don't understand why everybody is crying. And we all looked at him and were like, what is wrong with you? It was so confused. So confused. Oh my God.
I mean, it was a happy movie, I guess, in one sense. But if you're really paying attention, you realize that this woman gave up her entire joy and all of that for her family, which is great. Love for family is a wonderful thing, and love of a good man who never did her wrong and all of that's wonderful too. But she had to give up her entire being.
Yeah. It's been so many years since that happened, but every time I think about that story, I still just want to run over there and grab him and shake him and be like, I don't understand how you could not, feel some kind of, what everybody, clearly he was the only one that walked out of the theater that didn't feel some kind of, hysterical emotion from that. It's mind-boggling to me.
Well, it was a Clint Eastwood movie. He was expecting it to be, a little gruff.
I say I'll have a good cry once in a while, but it's usually a Star Trek movie. Oh, they have touching moments.
Oh, do they?
Well, yeah, like when Spock gave up his life because the lives of many outweigh that of the one.
Oh yeah, that is sad.
Well, as long as you're making human connection, Conklin.
Well, it was Spock.
Yeah, he's not exactly human, but
Yeah.
Sonia,
half, yes.
Sonia, do you have one in particular that you go to, a go-to one?
No, I don't really.
PF,
No.
I came back mid-conversation. I'd nipped to the ladies. I'd wrote it in private chat.
Oh.
A favourite what? What was it? What was the question?
We were talking about, did you hear what I said about the study about watching the same show over and over and why?
No.
Okay, so I said I just found this study recently that said that people who have suffered, past trauma or abuse and things like that have a tendency, they did a study to find that they have a tendency to watch the same program, the same movie, or the same series over and over and over because it's comforting to them. They know what's about to happen. And so, they know what the outcome is going to be. There's not going to be any surprises. And, and I was like, wow, I thought that was super fascinating. And so we were each talking about, like I said, Bridges of Madison County is one of mine that I go to. And I always know it's going to make me cry. I always have the same reaction at the same time. And so I was asking if you have something like a go-to that you watch again and again.
Yeah, it was Psych and Monk.
Psych and Monk?
Yeah.
The shows,
yeah.
The TV shows.
And
Yeah.
I've never watched either of
they are
those. And
so
I've always
comforting.
meant to. I've always meant to, because I know there's something I'd love, and I've never watched them.
I see Luke's out in the chat. He says his go-tos are comedies and horrors. I enjoy a good comedy. I like, excuse me, I like a good belly laugh. I don't know about the horror movies though, Luke. We're gonna have to get you on the couch.
Oh, I love a good horror movie. Oh my gosh. All by myself, turn off all the lights. Oh, nothing better. Love it.
I like the thrillers, like the psychological thrillers.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Which
about
one
as
do you-
close to horror as I get.
I like the horror movies that are comedies now. Like the ones that are serious horror. I used to be a huge horror fan. Like my whole teen years and the early years, I was into true crime and stuff. Now I don't watch any of that. But I watch the ones that are funny, like Cabin Fever, or where they do it tongue in cheek. It's a horror movie, and it's basically like a B movie, but it's funny throughout.
Yeah, Luke
they're
likes
making
those
jokes.
too.
Yeah.
Now, me, if I'm going to do comedy horror, I like the slapstick goofy ones, like Scary Movie and stuff like that. But they're not
Urban
really
Cowboy.
scary at all.
Who
you
said
know.
Urban Cowboy in the chat? Who said Urban Cowboy?
You don't know me?
You don't
Oh my
know me.
gosh, I loved the movie Urban Cowboy.
Isn't it great?
After I got older and I watch it now, I still watch it. But now when I watch it more from a psychological point of view. And I'm like, this movie is so bad. So bad. Like, she gets abused and then rides off into the sunset with her other abuser.
Yes, exactly.
I'm like, and I was watching this when I was a kid. No wonder my relationships were so messed up.
See, we made fun of her.
You made fun of her?
We liked the movie. We liked the movie, and I loved Gillies, and everything was a big deal. And my friend's dad went to Gillies, and it was a big deal, and all that. But we made fun of her for the whole scene where he was like, "I love you, sissy, and I want to apologize. Clear back to the first time I hit you." we were like, "Well, okay,
Okay, thanks."
That's not a thing. No, you don't go there. You know.
That's what I'm saying. As I watch it now with, my perspective from a psychological point of view, I'm like, this movie is all kinds of wrong. And little girls were watching the shit out of this.
Oh, absolutely. What were you going to say, Conklin?
I hate to bring everybody back down, but I've got a question. My ex was into those slasher tormenting movies like Saw. And I was just curious if any of your people were into those as well.
Mine was not. No, not at all. He wouldn't watch a scary movie. He hated them. And I am the one actually that is addicted to horror films, and all of them, even those kind. I will sit down and watch them. I was telling Luke the other day that I was going to tell him a funny story about just this subject. I didn't always think that scary movies were, super hilarious and funny. They used to scare me when I was younger. But then when I had nieces and nephews, they'd come over and spend the night, at their aunt's house, and we'd watch a scary movie. And my niece would inch closer and closer, and then she'd end up on my lap, just digging her nails into my skin. Then her brother would inch over towards her. Before I knew it, I had both of them, sitting in my lap, and I would just the more scared they got, the harder I would laugh. And then it just happened so often that now I generally, I'll find one every now and then that scares me, but I generally, especially if I'm watching it with them, it makes me laugh. It's not because I'm sick and twisted. It's just a, crazy thing. So anyway, my niece actually, so they love them now as well. And she ended up, it's so embarrassing. I can't believe I'm about to tell y'all this. She actually named her daughter after the scary movie Annabelle.
Oh.
Because she loves scary movies. And, in her defense, I have a grandmother whose name was, Leela Bell. And so the Bell is part from a family name. But, and I didn't find out until a couple of years after she was born. And we were having a conversation. And she was like, that I named her, Annabelle after that movie. And I'm like, what? Oh my God. Like, I don't know if I'd be running around telling too many people about that. But so no, that's my answer. Jaynie, Sonia.
I can't watch anything right now, anything like that. I'm too jumpy. I don't watch. I don't even watch my psychological thrillers anymore. I don't
But
watch.
Conklin I think he wanted to know if your ex was into him. Do you find that your toxic ex really loved them? No.
No. They're into like weird films that never ever made any sense to me.
I can honestly say that the two exes I have who were abusive and narcissistic didn't really have many interests at all. I know that sounds weird, but they just didn't.
To Conklin's question, I worked with a guy who, two actually, now that I think about it. One, his partner, a female partner, didn't like romantic comedies. Like, did not like any kind of romance. Mm-hmm. Just had a strong aversion to any kind of thing like that, and always put things off as like sappy or cheesy. Didn't really like anything that was all like lovey or anything like that. The other one really, really likes horror movies, especially Japanese horror, and courtroom stuff like Judge Judy and courtroom, anything to do with the law, and then also bloodthirsty horror, like,
You know, it's interesting that you just said that, because my ex was fascinated with like the show Sopranos. And if you watch that show and you notice, right, the lead character, Tony Soprano, is very much, a high level, narcissist. And so I found the correlation between those two. In fact, my cousin, the one I was telling you about earlier, she's watched it, I think, The Sopranos all the way through 4 times. I just started it for the first time earlier this week. And so I'm almost through the first season. And I find it extremely fascinating, how into that he was. And I can see why,
Yeah, mine
like studying yourself. Go ahead, Conklin.
I'm sorry. Mine like the TV murder mystery, the cop shows and stuff. I always assumed she was trying to learn how to hide a body.
I think a lot of men think that about women, though.
Did you like courtroom stuff, Conklin?
Yes.
Like shows like Judge Judy and all this stuff where it shows people going to court and people getting sentenced and stuff?
No, not so much the Judge Judy type thing. More of the television, played out series.
Like Law and Order, Criminal Minds, that kind of thing, Conklin?
Yeah, for Forensic Files and
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I see.
Interesting.
To be fair, though, I say that my exes didn't really have any interest. I mean, one was interested in cars and the other one was interested in the guitar, but mostly they were interested in their addictions of choice, or not of choice, but their addictions,
Right.
alcohol or drugs or whatever, and just finding ways to make my life hell. That was their interests.
Oh my gosh, you guys, Captain Napton, she said, I love the Sopranos. And yes, Tony's mom was like that too. Remember the mom?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It's a trip. If you haven't watched it in a while and you liked it after having this conversation, or if you've never seen it and you're super into the conversation we've had tonight, I highly suggest you go watch it and look at the dynamic between Tony Soprano and his mother. It's just super interesting, once you learn about narcissism, to watch that show. I highly recommend everybody.
I haven't watched it since it came out, and that's before I studied all this. I'm going to have to go back and rewatch all that now.
Yeah, go back and watch it again. I think you'll see it in a whole new light. It's fascinating.
Oh my goodness. So I remember she was awful before. Now I'm going to be horrified by her.
I've never seen an episode of The Sopranos.
You have not?
Oh my God, Jaynie, it's so good.
And now I'm going to have to watch it.
Oh,
it's
Jaynie,
so good.
You know what else is a good one? Did you ever watch Nurse Jackie?
I love Nurse Jackie.
Oh my God, Jaynie, I loved it. It was so good. I mean, I haven't seen it in years, but yeah, and I binge watched that. I mean, I went through every season like super fast.
I did too. And I thought it was something I wouldn't like, because generally I don't like shows where there's a lot of drug abuse. And it was the way they did it, I could tolerate it, and I just got into it.
Yeah.
Shameless is another one that was really hard for me to get started watching, but once I got watching Shameless,
it's so good.
Oh my gosh, I couldn't stop. And another one that was that way It took me like probably 3 tries to even get through the first 2 episodes of Breaking Bad because it was just so offensive to my senses. Those first 2 episodes with the drugs and
Right.
you know, all that kind of stuff. Once I got like to the 5th episode though, I was hooked and I was into it. But
Yeah.
stuff with topics of drugs really have to be done a certain way or I'm turned off from them, you know.
Yeah, I tried Breaking Bad and I couldn't get, I don't even think I got all the way through the first season. I had to just bow out on that one. And I'm not a Game of Thrones or any of that kind of stuff either. Like I could care less about any of that stuff.
Now I was Game of
No,
Thrones
me neither.
crazy.
What?
I love Game of Thrones. Yeah.
What'd you
Yeah,
say,
yeah.
Sonia?
Sonia, did you watch Game of Thrones?
No. Not a fan.
Now I know a lot of people get into Sons of Anarchy and I've tried to get through a couple episodes of it and I can't. It's that gritty in your face type stuff and now maybe if I give myself, you know, force myself to get like 4 or 5 episodes in, I'll get to where I can palate it, but I haven't been able to so far.
See, Mary, she just brought up Handmaid's Tale. Sonia, have you seen Handmaid's Tale? Because somebody told me to watch it, and they were like,
I'm
but I
so
don't know if
boring.
it's right now.
I'm so boring. I haven't seen anything.
I would say before you try and watch The Handmaid's Tale, read the book.
Okay.
Because the book is a much shorter take on what happens basically throughout the entire series of The Handmaid's Tale. There's a lot added to the series, but the book is very good. And if you give yourself that knowledge of what it's really about and then watch the series, it's a lot more enjoyable.
Interesting. You know, I up until I got divorced, you know, I would watch TV a lot. I'd watch all these series and stuff. But in the last couple of years, I rarely turn my TV on, to be quite honest with you. If I go to, you don't either, Sonia?
No.
Yeah, like this week was my first time to turn it back on and started watching The Sopranos, but I usually gravitate more towards just listening to music and doing other things. So.
Yeah, I don't watch a lot of TV either. I go to Internet Archives, and I watch a lot of the old movies that I grew up watching, the black and whites. I'm just a smidge older than you guys are, or ladies are.
He's in his early 80s.
I mean, well, scary movies back in my day were creature features. They were, you know, Creature from the Black Lagoon, Wolfman, The Blob.
Yeah.
The original, The Blob, the original one I saw not too long ago, and I saw it when I was a kid on TV. My brother and I watched it, and we had to run outside in the backyard during the scary parts.
But that's where the Blob was, outside.
It would come on TV, and we would run outside and be like, okay, we gotta go back in, and we go back in and watch a little bit and run back out. We thought it was so scary, and watching it now, it's like not even close to being any kind of scary from what we are familiar with. I mean, you have aliens, for Christ's sake. That movie, Aliens, they look real.
Yeah.
If you took that movie back 60 years and showed it to people, they'd be like, that you filmed that like a documentary.
You know, Jaynie, from the movie Texas Chainsaw Massacre, so one of the houses that they filmed that movie in, they actually took the house. It's here in Texas, right? And they took it and they moved it, I think about 45 minutes away to another town. And they have built like a little bed and breakfast hotel, you know, there that you could stay in. But the house, so they have that house and they moved it piece by piece, put it back together, and they now run a cafe out of it. So last summer, I went there and ate and went and toured it. It was fascinating. I loved every single second of it. And I was on Facebook and I'm like, guess where I am eating right now? And everybody was like, that's so gross. I'm like, well, I made sure, you know, I didn't order any meat products and I was good.
No, I won't have the hamburger.
Yes, not today. No, thank you.
Luke is friends with the Blob on Twitter.
Are you serious?
You have to have some old movies that you like watching, right?
Who?
Sonia.
What old movies?
Yeah, old movies that you like watching.
No.
Or favorite? No favorite old
I'm trying to think. No, I'm not. No.
Some of my favorite old movies are, I love the movie Wait Until Dark. It's actually based on a play. It
Do
has.
I have to watch them or just love them? Does she mean that? Do I watch them now? Sorry, was that? Was
Do you
the question,
have
I
any
watch
old
them now?
movies that were your favorites that you used to
Oh.
love?
Oh yeah, all like Goonies and Pretty Woman and
Oh,
Bad
Pretty
Boys.
Woman.
What?
Pretty Woman.
Yes. All that kind of stuff. Dirty Dancing,
Oh,
Indiana
Yeah.
Jones.
Those
all
aren't
them.
old.
Oh, they are.
Now you're making me sound old. Those were just
They
like
are to
yesterday.
me. That's what I thought she meant.
Those are just from like last week or
What
something.
did she mean? Vintage movies? Did she mean vintage movies? No,
Yeah.
I don't go back and watch any. No.
Vintage movies now.
Yeah, now it's vintage.
Oh my god. It's so funny. Now don't you get freaked out when you listen to the oldies radio station and the song that you grew up with in your childhood is now on the oldies station? And I'm like, oh my god, we've crossed that line.
Like Motley Crue is classic rock now, and I'm like, no, they're not.
Yeah.
Or when you walk in the grocery store, right? They always play old music at the grocery store, and now the old music they play in the grocery store is the song that I grew up with during my teenage years, and I'm like, stop it!
But the good part is all your favorite music is in the $5 discount bin at Walmart.
Yeah.
Someone just popped in
That's right.
backstage. No. Okay, I thought I heard someone knock, but
Ladies and Conlon, I'm going to go ahead and hang up. And it's been a good conversation, though. I think that you guys are doing really great getting information out there, and I'm glad I could add to it.
well, next time we do this, let's try and get your mic working so you can just be up on panel.
Yes.
Yeah. But I really like the fact that more people, I mean, there's 40 people in here right now who are learning more about taking their mental health seriously, and that, you know, the input that we take in every day, it is important.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
definitely watch what I allow into my mind.
Yeah. And if
For
we
sure.
have a whole day that's been traumatizing, it's probably not a good idea to sit down and go into a stream in the DC where people are, you know,
Yeah.
out there if you had a whole day like that already.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Well, thank you
so
for-
much, Cassie.
Thank you for calling and talking with us.
And thank you for having me. Good talking to you guys.
Okay, well, you have a good evening.
You
Bye-bye.
too.
I enjoyed
Bye.
the information. Bye. A lot of good information coming out tonight.
Yeah, it's been a really good conversation.
I think it's important too for people to remember that just because we talk about, you know, learning about mental health and taking mental health seriously, doesn't mean that you're mentally ill. To take care of your mental health, you know, doesn't always mean having a you know, depression or anything like that. You know what I mean? You could have not any of those things, and it's still important to practice a lot of these techniques and to take it seriously, you know?
Hmm.
Just a shame we didn't have more mental health issues. We could have conversations like this all the time.
Well, you know, maybe we can talk Sonia and PF and you and Sassy and anyone else who's interested, Stellar, you know, anyone, MJ, to doing this maybe once or twice a month, where this is the basic gist of what we're going to talk about. I don't want to do it too often because then it gets a little where, you know, you can overdo the conversation where it'll make you start feeling worse.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if we did this once or twice a month, I think that would be great.
I think it would be good. I'm down for it.
And too, like this, you know, second half has been a lot of more positive information.
Yeah, definitely.
Instead of just saying, "Oh yeah, I'm depressed," and, you know.
Well, yeah, and that's what I was saying. If you start to do it too often, it starts to bring in a kind of conversation where every time we come in, okay, we're going to talk about how bad everything is, how we're depressed and all this. And doing it too often, I think, you know, can make you feel worse.
You know, Sonia and I had a conversation very similar to this. Sonia, you want to jump in with your thought, how we were talking about this earlier?
Well, yeah, go on. Which bit? Remind
You
me.
know, when we were talking about, like when we were, the places that we like to go in our other community, you have to stop at some point, not obsessively watching that stuff all day, every day.
Yeah, because it's because while you're learning it, it's a trauma for you. Learning it because you're coming to terms or learning about what this person's really been doing and how deep it gets and how dark it gets and how like stupid or blind you feel like you've been. And it's a trauma to keep every time you watch a new video or you read another article, it's like another punch or another smack of
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely.
just the lies and the deceit. And this person isn't like you at all. They're not human in the same way.
Well, and if you do it too much and every day, and you're going from one to the next and getting all this information, yeah, you're getting information, but you aren't giving yourself time to digest it and apply it in any way. So it can start feeling a bit overwhelming, where it's actually doing more harm to know it than it is good.
Yeah. At some point, you get to a point where you do have to stop. You
have to give yourself time to digest that information that you've just took in, that may have very well changed your view of like your entire childhood or something. And you need to just let it sit for a while and digest it, and then find a way to apply it. Otherwise, if you move on and talk about something else or whatever, all you're doing is thinking, this is pointless. I'm never going to feel better, like I was saying earlier.
Yeah. I agree.
You do. It becomes like an obsession, though. You just keep watching another video or watching another one and watching, and you have to make yourself stop and apply it, because you just keep retaining information and you're not actually helping yourself get any better. You're not helping yourself grow from it.
Yep. Yeah. And I love that site, Conklin. They have good old movies on there.
Yeah, they have so much stuff there. They have old interviews with people. They have books, radio shows. It's just dedicated to saving anything that's ever come out on the internet and television.
Is that the one with the old time radio shows, the horror ones?
You can find them there.
Because I've been listening to some of those at night. That one, The Phantom Knows or something.
Yeah. The Shadow.
The Shadow, yeah.
Only the Shadow knows.
Ooh.
Yeah, I've been listening to those at night when I go to sleep. I like them.
The Shadow Knows.
That's right.
Yeah, I think there's the Green Hornet and lots of Flash Gordon, the Green Hornet.
Oh, do they have any Twilight Zone on there, I wonder?
Probably so.
There is a site, I have them, that has all the Twilight Zones. I'll have Luke DM it to you when I find it.
Or you could text it to me, Jaynie.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I have you on my phone now. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will do that, because I went through all the Alfred Hitchcocks, loved them, and I went through all the ones you just said. I can't think of the name of it already.
Yeah. With Internet Archive.
Go ahead, Conklin. Well, you and I, we've been doing it all night. You and I want to start talking at the same time. You go first.
Well, we hear somebody take a breath, and we're like, okay.
Jump in.
I'm going to jump in.
You go first. I'll go next.
No, I was just going to say, I would love to go back and watch Rear Window again. That's it.
I wish I could find that for free somewhere.
It's probably on Internet Archives.
I looked. I didn't see it. But that doesn't mean it's not there. Someone else can find it.
The search engine is difficult. It's not real. I mean, you can find things, but it's not real user-friendly.
The one I was saying, if you're interested in kind of psychological thrillers, that Wait Until Dark, it has Audrey Hepburn in it and Stacy Keach. It's very good. It was originally a play, and that is one of my favorites. I love that one, and I love then for a funnier one would be Barefoot in the Park. It was based on a play too. I love plays.
Yeah, me too. This has really been a good stream. I hope we didn't disappoint too many people that were in here in the beginning. But I think that was an important topics to be discussed. And so I'm glad that we did.
Yeah, me too. And with that said, I think that we should probably go because I'm already losing my words and can't remember anything.
Well, I just thought, you know what, Jaynie, we've been on here for 4.5 hours. This is 4.5 times longer than what you normally do.
That's right.
I was getting worried about you. And then poor Sonia is in a time zone way ahead of us. And so,
yes, it's hard to get up and start her day.
Yeah.
So next time we do this, we won't keep you so long, Sonia.
So, well,
no, but it's been awesome.
If Sonia is super cranky and chats tomorrow and snapping people's heads off, Sonia, you have permission to blame it on us for keeping you up so late.
I will. Don't worry.
Yes, Luke, play Misty for me is a creepy one. It's a good one too.
All right, Sassy, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for coming up. Thank you, Stellar and MJ, for coming up as well. And you all have a great night. I'm going to let you go.
Thank you. It's been enjoyable, very enjoyable.
Thanks for having me, Jaynie.
Yes, thank you so much,
Jaynie. It's my pleasure to have you guys up here.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Good night, everyone. We will do this again, like I said, maybe once or twice a month. The rest of the time we'll do other things. But yeah, for more of an educational discussion, let's all meet back here again in a couple weeks and do this again. I hope you had a good time. And I want to let you know that you should have the day you deserve and try to deserve the day you have. Love you. Good night. Mwah.